really tough putt. Think you can get it inside mine.
You're so close, but you won't match my shot. Try your best to be the winner next time. I'm gonna show you how to pro putts. You've got a little chance to win. Never gonna make this putt. Never gonna match my shot. Never gonna out-hit me in this next hole. Never gonna rattle the cup. Never gonna make this cut. Never gonna turn the game around by the next hole. You really have to make those putts. You should probably practice your putting a lot more. You missed one easy putt. The real battle starts now. Won't catch my high score. You better show some killer instinct. Pressure's starting to get in. Never gonna make this putt. Never gonna match my shot. Never gonna out-hit me in this next hole. Never gonna rattle the cup. Never gonna make this cut. Never gonna turn the game around by the next hole. Make this putt. Make this putt. Never gonna make this putt. Never gonna make this putt.
sky, and your blueness might be soaked into the sky. When you feel like nobody, just look at the stars and remember they're twinkling for you. In your eyes I see a pond of troubles. You've been hiding from us all the time, but you can't keep it all in forever. Can't you see we are all right here for you? Now let me tell you one thing. We are all right here for you and only you. We will always sing for you. So why not sing along with us? Let go of all your troubles. Be free of your mind and let it go. It's funny how things turn around just by singing out loud. Because the fire is right there in your voice. Listen to it, oh listen to it. The vision of your own dreams you must see through it in your voice. Let go of all your troubles. Be free of your mind and let it go. It's funny how things turn around just by singing out loud. Let go of all your troubles. There ain't nothing like singing out loud like this. Oh, it's funny how things turn around when we're all singing as one, as one. Let go of all your troubles. Be free of your mind and let it go. And we will sing for you, my friend, if you keep on listening till the end. La 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 la. There ain't nothing like singing out loud like this. La 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 la. So why not sing along with us? La 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 la.
Testing? Okay, good. Mike was fucking up for a minute there. Hello. How am I sounding? How am I looking? We first got together, everything felt so right. You said you wanted to be with me, said you wanted to hold me tight. But after all is said and done, Is that badass? Was that cool? Is there nothing I can do? I've never played this game. I almost want to... I don't know if Metropolis Street Racer would be any good or interesting at all, but this theme is so fucking good I want to try it. So hello, everybody. Right off the bat, I want to ask again, because I'm still experimenting with it. How's the audio ducking been? Has this been good? Like, right now, I got this song playing much louder than I normally ever would on stream. How is it sounding when I... Like, is it going down, like, and coming back up too quickly or for too briefly? Or does it seem okay? Because I went back and checked the, like, last Deadly Premonition VOD, and I wasn't sure how I felt about it. You know, and I haven't really tweaked the, how long the audio stays down yet, but... It's quick, it's not like, but not like jarring. Because y'all are the viewers. You think it sounds good? Because I could tweak it so it stays down a little bit longer, but y'all don't think it seems jarring at all? Y'all think it sounds totally fine? And when I say totally fine, I don't mean like, it's fine, don't worry. I mean, does it sound good? That's always my concern. I'm no, like, expert at any of this, despite how long I've been doing it, but, you know. I want it to at least sound decent, at least look decent, you know? No, good. I just said not decent. I mean good. But if y'all think it sounds good, I won't mess with it. But I could, like, right now, this would be a perfect time to just test, like, tweak that one setting that keeps it down a little longer. It's good, no, I'll keep it like this. Do y'all prefer this to just having the stuff lower, you know, normally? Obviously, capture card, always gonna be like that. I think I learned from that One Paper Mario stream. That One Paper Mario stream where I had this on, and I forgot that because of all the delay stuff, I have to put on all my different sources so that it is in sync with the capture card. That audio ducking will not work with the capture card. It'll be totally out of sync and sound terrible. So that's never gonna have that, but like, whenever we're on PC, I could just keep it like this. I don't know. I don't know if anyone has any preference either way. But yeah. Hello, welcome everybody. Hello Groot, Spidoo, Tomb, Mozzie. Hello all of you. Thank you to Snack for following off stream. I think that was when I was on Eclipse's Cruelty Squad stream. I am going to turn this down on my end, though, because it's very loud, even though I love this song. But welcome, sorry we're a bit late. I was running some errands and got home, like, right before it was time to stream. But, you know, considering I think this is going to be a mostly story session of Deadly Premonition, and almost certainly the second to last one, probably going to be fine with the amount of time we have. Plus, I can cheat a little. I can go a little late if I gotta. But I hope y'all are excited, because last time we had one of the biggest revelations in the game, which I kind of forgot was technically optional. Like, if you didn't see the last VOD, last stream, I'm gonna start talking openly. We learned that Zach is okay, I don't know how to talk about this stuff really. I know I put the thing about him being plural in the title. Sorry, there's a fucking music video on this, and I'm watching Mad Max's son get destroyed, and it's really distracting. Alter is the noun used. Is that the correct terminology? We learned that Zach is an alter for York. That kind of manifested. This is one of the things where it's like I'm not knowledgeable enough to know what to say, and fuck it, I'm like on the same level as Swery here. Like I don't know what to say. I don't want to like say anything wrong. But yeah, we learned that York's dad said there are things in this world that have to be purged, even if it means losing something you love. Then York blacked out, and when he woke up, his mom was dead and is like shot to death, and his FBI dad had shot himself. And then Zach appeared and was like, "Hey, man, we're gonna get through this." It would be correct to phrase it as Zack is York's alter. Okay. That's the way to say it. Okay. We learned that. And apparently it's a completely optional scene because it's like it comes off of a scene where George invites York to go drinking and talks to York about how horribly his mother abused him, which is why he didn't want to show him his back, because that's where all his scars come from. And we also, which is also interesting because we know from when we went by his house earlier in the game, he takes care of his mother. And I think from the flashback it was the same house. So he's still living in that same house, taking care of his mom who, you know, fucked him up. And I think he said some stuff about, like, maybe that's why he wants to, you know, he's like, oh, the strong prey on the weak, so I wanted to be strong and protect the weak. And then Emily came by and told York about how, like, her dad was a cop who... God, I'm gonna be honest, I hate to say this, I kind of forget Emily's deal, even after just hearing it last week. Wasn't her dad a cop? What happened to his dad? He never mentioned his father. George never mentioned his father. I think it's safe to assume the dad was probably never in the picture. And Emily, what was Emily's deal? Her dad was a cop, and he died in the line of duty, I think? And her mom was her mom, like, poor? And just kind of abandoned her? I don't remember what the... I hate to say that I forget what the deal with Emily's family is. But after that, she showed up at York's hotel room and just straight up asked him, what's the deal with Zack? And then York told her. And she said some weird shit about, I'm sure your dad must have had a reason, but don't take that the wrong way. It's like, okay. Weird thing to say after someone tells you about how their dad did a murder-suicide. Oh, her dad's a stockbroker. That's right. Okay. Thank you, Spidey. You know, what's so interesting to me about that being optional, I compared it to the Zack stuff in Final Fantasy VII, something that is crucial to the story, but technically optional if you're playing the game like a bozo and not, like, paying attention, you know? That's not the first time I've compared the two games. After I played Final Fantasy VII for the first time, like... Oh, what was that, like 3 years ago? I think 3 years ago I played through Final Fantasy VII for the very first time. And I was shocked at how weird and stupid it was, and I mean that in a good way. I mean that in the Deadly Premonition way, where it's like, it is a genuinely good game that feels like fucking stupid clown shit, and I have always said... Final Fantasy VII, being as much of a mainstream influential hit as it is, to me, it feels as crazy as if that had happened with Deadly Premonition. That game is, like, weird and stupid and strange, and no one talks about how weird and strange and stupid it is, and that's one of the best parts of the game. Final Fantasy VII is so fucking weird. It's so weird, and everyone acts like a maniac in it, and it's also legitimately really, really good. It's awesome. It's so cool. Final Fantasy VII and Deadly Premonition are similar games in my mind. Weird, overly ambitious, stupid, good things. And I think we got all that, and I think the literal last thing we saw was Thomas and Diane both wearing the same dress and consoling each other in some sort of weird room where there was a mannequin with the, like, the upside-down peace mark emblem on it that we've been looking for. That was the last thing we saw before the episode ended. Kind of randomly throwaway line. We also learned George asking me how much she... I don't think she said her age. I don't think she said her age. She said she was still in college. Or not college, high school. Which is still weird. It's still weird. George had to at most be like the most generous reading of that is that she was 18 or 19 and he was like 26, which is still, you know, iffy. That is the most generous reading of that. But it's, you know, And George also, when Emily showed up, George kind of immediately left, and she was like, you know, it's ancient history, but like he's still a little awkward about it. That was the other thing. Yeah, that's right. That they have not really history, but you know, that happened. Oh, okay. No, you're right. That, I mean, that would put her probably around, like, if she's 26, you know, she would have been 16 to 17, depending. Rest of small town shit, yeah. Still weird. But, you know, been a decade. But enough sitting up here. Enough sitting here. I'm stopping the music. It's time to get into the game. By the way, like always, I keep forgetting to ask this. I keep wanting to ask this at the end of the stream, at the end of every stream, and I always forget. So I'm going to ask it up front here. Question. I mean, do we have anybody here who doesn't already know what happens in this game? If we do, sound off. Otherwise, I won't even bother asking the question. There's no point asking if everyone here already knows the game, which would suck for me. I want people who haven't seen this shit to be here. He would have been 32. I thought he was like 36. That's worse. It's not great, George. You can't be doing that. Come on, man. Don't like that. You can't be doing that, White George. Alright. Well, that was the end of episode... Or no, now we're on episode 3. This is, like... I'm gonna be real, this last episode is the last episode that's gonna possibly have any downtime. And even then, there might not be much, because we've done just about everything. Shit. I wanted to have people seeing this for the first time, and I wanted every stream, even though I forgot, I wanted at the end of every stream to be like, who do you think the killer is? But everyone here knows who the killer is, so I'm not gonna fucking ask, because I don't want anyone saying anything. I don't want anyone saying shit. I mean, I've seen a lot of new things this playthrough. Killers, get out of here. Get out of here. All right, new preview. But yes, Zach.
Previously during the...
Does it normally prompt me?
So, you want to find out everything there is to know about
I don't think it's prompted me anymore.
Nick is leaving the bar.
Wait! She's still alive.
Stop right there, Nick. You're under arrest for the attempted murder of Diane Ames. Emily, hurry!
You saved my life.
No need to thank me for that. I'm pretty useless.
Oh, wait.
I couldn't save Becky. I couldn't save Diane.
Does that scene happen no matter what? Because it showed it in the preview. Oh! A white room. Episode 3, Chapter 14, Tea Break. Yeah, even, yeah, if there's a VOD watcher or someone coming in later, like, we're not spoiling shit we haven't gotten to. Sorry, I'm still eating a pile of pizza, but this is new. I don't think we've seen this yet. Oh, yeah, you're right. Nick was, like, yelling, like, Thomas! I'm going crazy in here! Let me out of here! Thomas! And I think it cut to, like, Thomas and Diane just wearing, like, the same red dress and with their hair the same way, just, like, crying and just holding each other in front of in the weird room with the mannequin with the thing, so. Anyway. So the door wasn't locked. Thomas and Carol? I hate that I get their names mixed up all the time. I always mix up their name. Right, Carol is Diane is the art lady who died last time. Becky is the friend of Anna's who died before that. Carol is Thomas's sister. That's what I meant to say. Carol. Carol McLean. hello. Isn't it? Angel Isaiah. Oh, hey. Okay, cool. Trading card. Kind of forgot about the twins being angels in the visions, or whatever these are. This is a cool room, though. Oh, hello. Who the hell is this person? Hey, weird guy.
Open this door. There is no turning back. You still want to enter?
What are these choices? Yes, I'm going alone. No, it's nothing. The fuck does that? That means none of these are anything. Also, wow, who could this possibly be? Who could Mr. Neckbolt here possibly be?
I do. It's better than staying here.
Very well then. Off you go, Mr. York. Look carefully, boy. At times, we must purge things from this world because they should not exist. Even if it means losing someone that you love.
He's so Sims 2 toddler. Oh my god. No. By the way, that model, I'm pretty sure, is David Young hitting from the beta reused. Oh, hey, wow, another one of these. It's been like forever. They start spacing these out more and more to the point where you forget they're great fucking. Grandpa, why did you tell me about you buying your car back? Oh my god. I just bit the shit out of my tongue.
Mr. Morgan, do you want a refill?
Yes. Thank you.
Is the coffee that good, Mr. Morgan?
Coffee is a vital, investigative tool. I know exactly.
I bit my tongue so bad the pain spiked into my fucking ear. Hurry, our sailing soon. All of our inventory must go. Renovation start Monday. Red tags are 2 for 1. Yellow tags are 60% off. Fuck yeah.
It says to hurry. And the first letter of each line
this is a good scene.
A-R-R-Y. Hurry to Harry. Looks like the time that he was talking about has come. Let's go pay the problematic rich boy of the town a visit.
I forgot he calls him a problematic rich boy.
Polly, I think I'm going to go see Harry today.
Oh, really? He's a little strange, but I think he's the most trustworthy one around here. I think you'll have fun with him.
If you say so, Polly. Then we probably will.
Of course. Now, give me your cup, and I'll give you some more coffee.
I'll see you later, Polly.
Mr. Morgan, what about the coffee? Don't you want a refill? Your coffee!
Don't worry, we'll come back for coffee. First, though, something we should have done before we got coffee. Which hair descriptor is better, mysterious capitalist or problematic rich boy? Oh, they're both really good. Alright. I gotta change into something nicer. What the fuck happened to my bed? Looks almost brand new. But I want to wear something cooler. I think we didn't get to do any story in this one, so we're gonna wear Hawaiian blue. And, you know what? Chat, shave or no shave? What do you think? We had a bunch of all-nighters, so we didn't really get a chance for a while. You know, we were sleeping for a few days there to meet George in the bar. Shave or no shave? You wanna go Harry? You wanna go Harry to see Harry? It's so funny they put the quote, like, Wesley still talks to you when you shop from this. No, that's 2 for Harry, yeah. Before we go, gotta have our coffee fortunes. Sing and dance for this happy day. Lucky item, sunglasses.
Sunglasses? Coffee and milk go together like John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd. The Blues Brothers of the tabletop.
Great! We're overdue. Let's do another one. We'll do a few even, because who knows when we'll get a chance to do this again. We found what you were looking for. Lucky food, pork and beans.
I'd rather shoulder the weight of the world than eat pork and beans.
What?
I'd like to find a way out of eating that.
What? Oh, I want to just keep doing this for a minute. You need to cut back on your spending. Lucky color gold.
Gold. I once caught a criminal who had gold front teeth. His mouth lit up like a neon sign when he laughed. What did they call him? Oh, right. They called him the Medalist.
The Medalist? Were you fighting a Meteorot villain? Did York have to hunt down Phantom Retort? And battle Arc Beetle? You hear from an old friend, lucky item cell phone.
A cell phone? I lost my lucky item on the way into town then. This is a most ironic fortune.
I want to hear like 1 or 2 more. There's so many of these. Meet the love of your life today, lucky number 1.
Here we are, far from civilization. Just who am I going to meet then? Of course, the one I really want to meet is the criminal. But I don't want to fall in love with him.
That's a pretty good one. One more. Take time out and relax today. Lucky color black.
Black reminds me of the lungs of a smoker. Lungs turn black by the smoke of cigarettes. All that cigarette ash leads to an early cremation. Ashes to ashes, indeed.
York, you're a smoker. He said that like he wasn't aware of, like he considers smokers to be other people and not him.
Oh, hi.
You free, Mr. Morgan? Are you going out, Mr. Morgan? I thought your work here was over. Sad to say, Polly, this isn't. Not just yet. That's good. How about a little sightseeing? I have still got things to do. No, I'm fine, thank you. I'm too old to be going on dates. Besides, what would my husband say? You're right. I'll go alone then.
Oh, hi.
Ooh. I've seen chocolate. I guess we have seen chocolate bars. Legend worm. Oh, give me some legend worms, man. Yeah, there it is. I could see York being unfazed. Oh, hey.
Hey, am I still a suspect?
No.
Okay, well, good. My wife and I have been living separately for over 3 years now. Diane, she's a single woman, so this shouldn't be a problem.
That's true.
York, you're not even petting him.
Bad for Diane, though. Gosh. Did you find out who did it?
I can't discuss that.
Yes, of course. I understand. You don't have to tell any of the folks around town about me and Diane, do you?
No, I won't do that. But it's a small town. I'm sure the rumors have started already. Nothing to be ashamed of, right? What's there to worry about?
Nothing in particular. No, nothing at all. I'm clean as the sheets in this hotel. What's with that look? We don't have a problem, right?
I love his jaunty waddle.
It looks like Kaysen is involved with another woman in town. We can only hope it isn't Emily.
What? What are you trying to pull here?
You?
I can take a walk, right? I'm not leaving town, don't worry. Hang on. I just remembered something I want to look at again. Literally just the photo from The Shining. I feel like that photo right there in, like, the middle right, up top, that real small one, I feel like that also might be from Twin Peaks. I'm not sure. It looks kind of weirdly familiar. Let's check the weather before we go out. Clouds the whole day today. Never really noticed the, like, weather music. Fun fact, fall case around the hotel, he'll enter the bathroom and use stand at the urinal. That's funny. Are there any other characters you can see use the bathroom? Please provide a full list. Alright, first save of the day. How am I on cigarettes? Wow, yeah, I remember before, like, I asked if you get more, like, the cookies vanish the hungrier you are. Yeah, look, full plate of cookies. I've never noticed that before this playthrough. Okay, we got tons of cigarettes. We're good on that. It's only... Kaysen is the only character who uses the bathroom? Okay, first backup just started. Learned only Kaysen peas. There we go. First backup of the night. Kaysen, have you seen my cool sword? Polly. Polly, where are you going? Polly, have you seen my cool sword?
Oh, hi.
Mr. Morgan, why not invite a girl your own age? What about Emily, perhaps? think Emily would like a cool sword skill set.
York, I can't find Thomas. Was he here?
No, I haven't seen him. Have you tried the radio?
I've been trying, but he's not answering.
What about Nick?
No problem with him. He's calmed down a little. He's still saying he didn't do it.
God, the loud
Nick
breathing
said
right
that
into the
Thomas
mic.
disappeared sometime during the night. He kept calling for him, but Thomas stopped responding. I'm a bit worried. George has asked for permission to search for Thomas.
I understand that things have been hard for Thomas, but surely he's just resting at home. But I'm not against looking for him. Tell George that he has my blessing.
Okay. As far as I know, Thomas always calls in when he needs a day off.
We're human, and so we are limited. As far as you know, there haven't been any serial killings here before, right?
That's right, but that's not...
Emily, I'm going to see Harry today.
What? Why? We have plenty of other leads to follow, don't we?
He did invite me over, though. It would be bad manners not to accept.
Are you really an FBI agent? I think the FBI would take a more logical approach to investigations.
But Emily, a serial killer does not stay within the boundaries of logic. Thus, you can't hope to capture such a killer using only logic. That's why I'm going to see Harry. You go with George and find Thomas.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
I love this music.
Great. Thanks.
Shit, I just realized he's got like the speakers in the back.
Idiot for thinking you might be a good pick. I really need to work on my take.
Oh shit, confirmed. Emily likes York and appears to be sick and diseased now. She's hobbling off. We can have meal. Alright, before we go anywhere... we gotta do our check. So, Emily is in charge of lunch now because Thomas is missing. Not seeing any more quests popping up, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. We might pop in on one or two people, but honestly, mostly business. Of course, lunch comes first, always. Add new parts to the car. I cannot believe that's the thing when you observe your car. The, like, something that could apply to any vehicle in the game. I wanna take a quick look at our collection. Look at that. Looking like fucking Metal Saga over here, all my cars. This fucking camera, though.
Zach, we've ended up with a third victim. That dive I made at the gallery ended up being a wasted attempt to save a life. It's a real mess, Zach.
Dive. When's the last time I made a dive like that? Oh, I remember.
This music is not fitting for this.
It was in my late teens. We used to go to those concerts. You and I liked punk rock, but we liked different types of punk.
Oh?
You liked hard and heavy punk, like Crash and Sham 69.
I say Crash?
Ones, like The Damned, Buzzcocks, Iggy Pop, and Joy Division. We used to talk for hours about the bands we really liked, but for some reason, neither of us listened to the Sex Pistols. I wonder why that was. Seems strange thinking about it now.
Finally, we got car talk back. Law enforcement agents in cars getting lunches. Although the sad thing is, if we get another scene where we have to like ride with two or more, like two people, probably gonna switch us to the generic cop car. All right, let's have a lunch. Let's have our first lunch without Thomas. That's gonna suck. But we gotta eat. Emily! None of you are Emily. Where does Emily even go when she's just working here? Wait, she was in there? Oh, it's doing that thing again where I gotta get real close where the names pop up. Yeah, there she is. Is it because, like, there's stuff in the way? That might be like a bug. I feel like normally it shows you from further away. Still the same lines for her. Really going to see Harry? I forgot about her insane collection. Like, she's got so many cookies. There's that fucking picture again! That little buff boy who's in every fucking room in the game. Really gonna see Harry? I have no idea what you're thinking at a time like this. But, you know, Thomas is still missing. What should we do for lunch? Let's get our own separately. Why don't you make it for us? Me? Well, okay, I'll try. I wonder if I had done all the quests, would she make...
I thought about ordering in, but since we had leftovers, I made us lunch. What's with the face? I think my cooking turned out pretty good today.
Oh, okay, great. Sudden crisis. What should I do, Zach?
I might not be a wonder chef like Thomas, but I do practice every day.
Eat my invisible meal.
Well... Come on, tell it to me straight.
Emily.
Yes? What?
I went into the sewer once during an investigation.
Okay, just stop right there.
Great little face. Alright. I'm feeling drowsy. Was my fucking stats. I have debuffs, I think. I think I've been debuffed. But the game, this version of the game is so fucked up it can't, like, display correctly. Do another save. So I wonder, had I done all the Emily cooking quests, would she actually get good at cooking and would that go differently? Or is it always like that? Let's get this backed up. For all we know, this might be the last lunch in the game. I hope not. Alright, that is Emily lunch. That'll be a fun detail, but no. Oh. Let's go to the milk barn. Zach, you think this is going on IwasPoisoned.com? Greenvale Police Department. Deputy Emily made bad potatoes. And now me and Zach, our stomach is going for hours. You know what? George, I know you're looking for Thomas. I know you're doing some important work. We all want to make sure our friend is okay. Drive me to the fucking milk barn, please. Gotta do our milker's mantle. The good old check-in. Looks like a bunch of people are here right now. I've never, like, looked at the site. I've only just heard what they read on, Where Do We Begin? Hey, Carol's here. What do you hope to learn watching other people shop? Plenty, I sure. Oh, just do whatever you want. Fuck the sheriff and my brother already, so leave me alone. Nothing there. Direction of the case. Where's Richard? I like the shop because they have pretty much everything I need. Lee sure has got her act together running this place. Okay. But she's not here right now, it's only Keith, but I think Keith will have the thing I want most. Blue front desk.
Yo, dude.
York, what's up? How's Nick holding up? I can't discuss that, Keith. Right, you have your secrets and all that. But that isn't rock, FBI. Secrets and stuff. I'm sorry. I understand, man, don't worry. But if you're still here, that means there's a good chance Nick didn't do it, right? I'm onto something, right, bro? Might just be. I'm getting sharper, FBI. You're a sharp guy, you just let me know and I'll help you out, bro.
Yo, dude.
I'll be rooting for you as long as you're in town, FBI. You're a hero of justice. The boys are rooting for you, you know. So I have to root for you too, right?
Yo, dude.
It's good. It's great that Keith and Lily are, like, so likable, because I feel like no matter how you play the game, you're going to, like, talk to them constantly. Spiritual Map B, there it is. We do have another side thing to do. Anything else here? Special Spiritual Map of Greenvale. We have just enough for this. Holy shit. Get ready.
Hey, man. This map shows a station along the abandoned Extended Lines track. Now that was a busy place back when the lumber trade was big. No one goes near it now, you know. It's like a train graveyard. On top of that, some folks say they've even seen ghosts there. I don't mean one or two ghosts, man. I mean like hundreds.
Yeah, here we go. I love the York's little reaction.
A golden opportunity comes along. Like a chance to leave home for a while.
This is York's
a lot
perspective.
of money. There were plenty of them at the end of the 80s. The lumber mill was severely short-handed, so they called in a lot of outside workers. But the place was failing, and indeed it died before most of the poor guys got there. So there was like a load of labor workers that had nowhere to go. No place to work, no way to get back to where they came from. A fair amount of them decided to live on the train they had rode in on. I guess that must have been hard living on a train car that ain't moving.
What kept them in town?
Ah, now, the head of the lumber mill had been lying to them. Wait just a little longer, we'll have work for you soon, you know, that kind of thing. He was just a lying scumbag. No way to rock, man. But lies, they only last so long. With each day that passed, those unemployed guys got more angry. But then, something happened. And the timing for it was incredible. The rail car they were spending the night in just happened to catch fire, with all them inside it.
Incredible timing indeed.
Oh yeah, but the police couldn't find any evidence to pin it on anyone. They didn't have all those gadgets and stuff you guys got now. And the police were annoyed the unemployed guys were causing trouble. Nothing happened to the head of the lumber mill. It made the news as an accident. But the rumor says that a large number of those boys are still living in that train car, unaware that they're dead. You better be careful, Mr. FBI, if you go down there by yourself.
Map to Psychic Spot B. Psychic Spot B. Hey, tell me, does the audio ducking ever seem to kick in when I'm not saying anything? I'm wondering if I should tweak the sensitivity. Like, do you ever notice the game just suddenly, you know, obviously it's still in Premonition, so it's hard to tell, but like literally mid-sentence does something just suddenly get quieter? And I wasn't, like, talking? Not that you've noticed? Okay. Well, let me know if you do, because that's something I should be able to fix easily, but I'm not sure if it's happening or not. I think I just went with some recommended settings for this kind of thing. It's another backup. Keith's story. You know, I gotta say, I'm glad we haven't needed any of these backups. Well, not true. I guess I did use one just when I thought we were gonna miss dialogue, but... And I am still gonna use one to go back and get a screenshot, but... You know. Like, we haven't had any save corruptions like we had, you know, before. Okay, I think I want to go north here. Yep, okay, I want to go to the right. I want to go east. Here we go. Most powerful car in the world. Not even gonna fill it up yet, we're good. I wonder what happens if I try to get my, like, immortal car repaired. Or washed.
You know what? There was one band that we both liked.
We went all the way to New York to see them play. Right, Zach?
It took us hours to get to New York by
Holy
bus.
fuck, we're fast now.
We got to the CBGB and we were so nervous we couldn't go inside.
It took us 30 minutes to gather enough courage to go inside. And inside, we were shocked. Right, Zach?
I'll never forget that feeling. It was like a blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg pop. The Ramones. That song still makes me feel good. And that's a sign of a classic. But it's amazing I got in without being asked for ID. Those were the good old days. Rock and roll high school and Chinese rock. Sheena is a punk rocker and surfing bird. And I was so depressed when I heard the news of the deaths. Original punk is one of the greatest gifts left from the 20th century. Let's hope they're still rocking on wherever they are.
These two little punk boys. Alright. Time for our second supernatural point, which means another infinite ammo weapon. I believe this one's going to be the shotgun. Here we go. That's the famous paranormal place they talked about. We should give it a shot. I'll give this a shot.
Nice shot. Great. Bullseye. Bullseye. Great.
Christ, these guys are heavy now.
Yes. Great.
Kind of just stealth away. You know, I was gonna try to play it cool and, you know, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh my god. They're hurting me. Might as well use this. Oh no, still more? Let's do medium. It's a shame we've never gotten the Thomas Biscuit item. Well, where are they? There you are. Dead. Come on. There we go. Oh, I forgot about the fire circle room. That's kind of cool.
Amazing.
Oh god, the way they move when they're on fire, though.
Nice shot. Amazing.
I'm getting headshot rewards left and right. No, if I'm full, I should go ahead and use one. Something here. Mission knife, don't need it. York, Thomas is missing. That's great, Emily. But this map I bought from the convenience store shows where I can find ghosts to shoot. York, what's this Emily tells me about you running off to shoot ghosts at the train tracks? I understand, York. An infinite ammo shotgun will be crucial to the investigation. Zach, you know what I'm talking about. Infinite ammo. Just like that video game. When you're soft. Snake puts on that headband, he can just shoot forever. Fucking lock on not working. I just thought it was so cool Metal Gear Solid 2 after Snake cutscene. It seemed like such an odd joke for a climactic moment. That's really the spirit of— Oh, fuck! Oh my god. I should have moved. Fuck you. Oh. Almost died. The shotgun ones are actually pretty dangerous. Man, I miss the Grecoach. Sucks we don't have that anymore. Almost makes you wonder if I should actually do one of the bits where you replay a level. Since I think those all give you like a new like a special melee weapon. Turkey sandwich on a little plate in the nightmare world. Well, I forgot we gotta do this in here. The wrench is nearly as good. Fuck. Come on. See, not having the Grecoach for these fuckers is gonna suck. So you know, let's go for something bigger. Come on. There we go. I love the way he holds it. It's so strange. You know what? I did read that, like, this is really good for them. Let's experiment. Fuck. She's holding him sideways! He's dangling! 0G! I think he's surprisingly tough. Come on, you fucker. You felt that hit. I don't know if this is good. Can I lock onto them? I don't know if I can lock onto them. That might also be an issue with the camera shit. It's hidden. Okay, fuck this thing. I can't believe they didn't hit me. Okay, Magnum. No, I can lock onto them, just not with that. Okay. Come on. See, now you're seeing what it's like when you can't just kill them in, like, 2 hits. Oh my god! Worst thing in the game. Now they don't have the fucking Greco, just like, what the hell am I gonna... I guess melee weapons. I guess quit screwing around with this and just use a melee weapon, right? Like... Uh-oh, It's so funny that this is the same as the vertical grab, but he's just, you can see he's just sticking straight out sideways. Big heavy swing. Use the brief window to do big damage. That's what you gotta do. What the fuck? This guy gotta not get grabbed, though. There we go. Okay. So using the big melee weapons is the best to do here. Man, does that mean it, like... Oh. Well, hey. Fuck, we still gotta deal with you guys. I should just use the reach. But I need the reach. Oh my god, run. Which otherworld sequence is the shortest? What's the easiest one to speed through? And if someone knows, does it also give you a decent weapon for replaying it? Because I need a good permanent long-range weapon that'll do big damage. Now that we've given Gregorich back to Keith. I know everyone says, oh, just use the wrench, but I need the range. The range is important. I don't want to get stuck in a scenario where I need to hit something and I don't have the range for it. Because those big melee weapons have been getting us through the game. Alright, another one of these.
Yes.
Yes.
Nice shot.
I will if you just die.
Yes. Amazing. Yes. Great. Yes. Great. Nice shot.
What are we doing here? Are we done? Is that it? Okay, there's more.
Bullseye.
At least they seem to go down instantly once they're on fire.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of satisfying just shooting them with these. Kind of. In a weird way. In an enjoyable Kusoge way. Oh, I can't go in there. Okay. I wanted that med kit, but okay. You say so. Is that it? Legitimately forgot how hard these can be. Oh my fucking god, game. You can't be doing this. But you are, and I remember that you do this. Come on. Wait, isn't the best way, like, get her to do that and then just run under? Of course, with the fucking camera, it's a little harder. Okay, I got a hit. She's turning around. Come on. Is the one I'm gonna, Wait, really? What did they give you then? I thought every single one of them gave you, like, a melee weapon. I thought that was, like, the whole thing. Like, I know there's, like, a weed whacker you can get or something. Shit. Get it off! Come on. Do it. Do it. Oh, damn it! That's still within their range. Now that we're at the point where these things have a lot of health, you're like... It's all fucking coming back to me. And medical stuff is expensive. I'm also about to break the sword, killing one of them. Oh my god, look at this. This camera shit. It should be illegal to make video games. Okay, at least she dropped a medium medkit. You gotta be kidding me! Do it. What? Okay, maybe I just need stronger weapons. Maybe I should just not use the swords, but... Hey! Free worm! Nice! Oh my god, we're still doing this. We're still doing this. Oh my god, it wasn't loaded! Throw it, just twirl it away. I think there's also going to be one more of these, because we still haven't gotten the assault rifle. I think that's the only main gun left in the game. I'm just going to start picking up way more melee weapons. Oh my god, so much health now. At least I'm getting first aid. Having to double tap them is so annoying. Come on. I don't think we're done? No. If only there was a running locked, everything you play now will only give you trading cards. Oh! You get trading cards for replaying this. Oh, okay. Is there, like... I guess I'll just see which one is really short, and consider, you know, blasting through it. Okay, here we go. I know one of the ones we're gonna do today is, like, the most annoying one in the game. So it probably won't be that one. I, like, vaguely remember one being really annoying. Okay. Okay, thank God. Here it is. 12 gauge shotgun CQB. Can't keep... Well, it has to go into storage now. Because... we don't have room for it. Psychic spot B complete. Alright. Right away... George... Drive me to... Take me back to the milk barn. I want to save after doing that. Hey, Lily's going back in. She might have something good. I'm gonna back up the save once we're done here. Because I need to... There it is. So put away this shotgun. Although, I mean, I'm going to be picking up so many weapons, I probably don't need to bother with getting an infinite ammo weapon, right? Here we go. The red one. Can hold 6... It holds less ammo, but never runs out. I can hold a lot more weapons, so fuck it. Wait, it says weapons 10 out of 28. Is that wrong? Or do I already have more of these than I realize? I only just want anything, like, with high strength or reach. Not designed for use in combat. Well... Alright, well now we got an infinite ammo shotgun. Let's talk to Lily. Who is here. We saw her go in. She can't just be invisible. She's here. Where is Lily? We literally saw her go inside. Okay. Oh no, she was leaving, I guess. Whatever. Pay another $1. Let's... Alright, now let's back up. For all I know, that might be one of the last side quests we're ever going to do in the game. Until the next one of those. So, with that, let's get right back to it. Where is... There's my car. Alright, let's go. It's a long drive, but Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. It's a long drive. It's time to break it out. Here we go. Gotta have it. Gotta have our driving music. Let's go. Get that vibe going. Can you believe that I've spent so much time playing this, but the first time I beat it, I beat the whole thing in, like, essentially 2 days? Just sat down non-stop, blasted the story. Crazy. Unbelievable.
So, Zach, about Emily. My first impression when we met her on that bridge is slightly different from what I think about her now. Don't you think she's pretty mesmerizing? And Zach, she seemed interested in you. Did you make a move on her? No, don't answer. I'm just asking. But if you like her, I won't stand in your way. But I'd like to hear the truth. Because this kind of stuff could affect our friendship, you know. Me? I'm just interested in her, that's all. It isn't love or anything. From what I can tell, she doesn't even seem to like me. It's pretty clear from how she acts when she's around me. As you know, Zach, I'm cautious with women. It's because I was badly burned in my last relationship. I really have no idea what women are thinking. That's my problem. You're pretty friendly with the ladies, aren't you, Zach? Maybe you should teach me about how to interact with women.
Okay. We had barely any time to listen because our fucking car is so fast. So, crank the regular music back up. And for the first time ever, we're going to Harry's place. Thank God they got that camera brand camera.
Mr. Francis York Morgan, finally you have arrived. You are welcome to come inside.
I forgot he's got more fucking road in here. But Woods and the Goddess, kind of a song we don't hear too much in the game. And it's one of the best songs in the game. Oh, never mind, we just end up here. Here we are.
Mr. Francis York Morgan, Mr. Stewart has been waiting for you. To the meeting room you shall go to.
That one fucking sucks, man, and even you know it. Great.
The meeting room is through here. Please be kind. Be sincere.
Look at this fucking guy. Those was 2 cakes. Oh, fuck! He's practically devoid of expression. You'd almost think he was a robot. Is it his ideals as a servant, or is there another reason?
Yes?
Mr. Francis York Morgan. The timing is now to meet Mr. Stewart. You shall be kind and be alert. The timing is now and not tomorrow. If you miss it, you'll feel sorry. So until your meeting is finished, I shall be locking the front door. If you get tired or become famished, what we have, please use as yours. It's just a mundane piano? What do you think, Zach? Eckstein Demlin? Alrighty. What's this? Symphony number 3, Eroica. Symphony number 5, Fate. Symphony number 6, Pastoral. Of the multitude of musical scores, these 3 are the only ones left open. If Harry did this, it must have a meaning. Probably shouldn't try to get in here. Specs is just a real piano. I don't think they have permission for that. Not surprised. Gonna burn through our money saving. Reach the drawing room. The door's locked. There's no keyhole. Could there be another way to open it? Right, we gotta do this shit. A statue, cavalry apparently looks like it was meant to hold something. A Springfield rifle, perhaps. Oh my god, right. Okay, we got this. Yeah, you know what? Already, I'm thinking, fuck it. What the weapons we have are gonna be enough. Probably. Oh, good thing he's got a place for me to sleep and shave inside his home. Umbrella for guest room number 5. An umbrella rack and a single umbrella inscribed with a 5, same as the room number. Reminds me of the Pentagon. Okay. This fucking bust. Guest room number 6 doesn't seem to be locked. Why so many rooms? Why 6? Oh my god, there are so many of these. Umbrella rack, the single umbrella, inscribed with the 6. Could this be an upside down 9 by any chance? Number 5, it's unlocked. Hotels aren't bad, but they've got good competition here. Okay, hang on. I already see where we're going with this. I remember now. 3, 5, and 6. Guess remember, it doesn't seem to be locked. But we're guests, so why hesitate? Umbrella with a 1, same as the room number. Why would they need to number the umbrellas? Yeah, I'm taking all those fucking umbrellas. High quality beef? Yo. That's infinite high quality beef. I found the beef exploit. Just plates and plates of high quality beef sitting in this room. All for me. I'm gonna have enough food to last the rest of the game. How much of this can we take? Okay, I'm gonna get like 2 more. Because I think we're pretty much good. Okay, that's plenty. Some prefer second first. Looks like the door wasn't locked. Well, what is it? Oh, it's here. Guest room number 2. Does he ever have real guests, I wonder? Guest room number 3. It's unlocked, no doubt waiting for us guests to drop by. North rack and a single umbrella, inscribed with a 3, same as room number 3. I neither like or dislike it. I think we have all the umbrellas we actually need now. But probably a room number 4, right? Number 6, we got that. Number 5. Number 4. Wait, I think we already did this? He's completely... 5 reminds me of the Pentagon, he's completely neutral on 3, it is good. 4 seasons, 4-wheel drive, 4 horsemen. Orc loves numbers. Alright, 3, 5, 6. That's all we actually needed out of all this, but... yeah, we can see him in there. It's kind of neat they made so many and they've all got like different patterns and stuff. I like the black void in his... What the fuck? This is outside! It's just open. I mean, I guess it's a garden, but still, that feels wrong. How's a problematic rich bride to put puzzles in my mansion? I mean, who wouldn't? Yippee! Alright, now I'm going to back up this save. This is Harry's beef and puzzle. I doubt he ever has anybody over, so he's probably been waiting a really long time for this. What's happening? Why is this... Hang on. Copy. Paste. Okay, there we go. Has it been like this for years, collecting dust, or you didn't saw because New York was coming? That's a good question. Let me in!
Mr. Francis York Morgan, please have some tea while it is hot. Too much coffee for your body will make it rot.
Okay.
You seem well prepared.
He's really just scorpion
Almost
rhyming.
as though you knew I would be coming today.
Mr. Stewart is particular about the best timing for all things. Now please, drink some tea and enjoy the good health it brings.
I'm sorry, Harry, but I just don't like tea.
Mr. Francis York Morgan, some tea with sugar is what's best admired by your body that looks so tired. So says Mr. Stewart.
I thought he was about to cross his arms, like, yeah.
Harry, where did you get these seeds?
Oh, this is another different, like, unique song.
Mr. Francis York Morgan, those seeds were found in our town in a certain specific place. More seeds are there, you will see, when you find that certain space. Come back to me and we shall talk after you find that certain place. So said.
These are getting worse.
Harry, so you like to play games?
Harry, why is your mask so fucked up and polygonal?
Mr. Francis York Morgan, a hint for you to find this location. It is most crowded and most quiet, and gives a cold sensation. So says Mr. Stewart.
All right. So you're not going to talk unless I find this certain place. I'll play along.
This is somewhere we've been already. Well, shit, $2,000, nice. Okay, let's do another save just in case. You know, back this one up. You never know if there's gonna be like a thing where the chapter transition fucks up or whatever. So that's gonna be Harry T. Dunn. Jump right back in. Yes, this game has always only been in English. Even the original, like, you know, Rainy Woods trailer, the dialogue, like, all the voice acting was in English and the text was Japanese. I don't think there was a Japanese dub of this game.
Zach, let the treasure hunt begin. A crowded place, and yet it is very quiet there. Have you figured it out, Zach?
Yeah.
Must be the graveyard. There's lots of people there, but none of them can speak. You see? So let's get going to the graveyard.
I would be surprised if, like, Swery did the rhymes or something. Or they made the voice actor do the rhymes. Red Seed. Kind of a big name for an episode. Do I know so interesting? No, I do. Michael doesn't rhyme in the Japanese text? That's so weird. I guess that'd be hard to translate both ways, but, like, if that's the whole point... Oh! It's nothing, Zach. Simple car stuff. Alright, music time again. Hate that it asks me like twice. Here we go. Back on the damn road. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Anyway, Zach, there aren't many young women left in this town. Even Emily could be targeted next. I can't rule that out. All the more reason to catch the Raincoat Killer ASAP. And that means working closely together.
Dan will be more careful.
The Emily situation later. Don't get me wrong, Zach. I mean, I'm not interested in Emily because she's female or anything. I'm just saying she's interesting. You know, as in interesting person. But by looking at her, she reminds me of something I used to feel. That's all. Like back when I first met you. You know, that feeling we all used to feel back when we were kids? Feeling safe while also feeling a need to protect, that kind of feeling. But Zach, who made me feel that back then? Anyways, we're getting closer one step at a time to cracking this case. I have a feeling it's going to get tough.
My fucking bumper car. Oh, the best part? We're on the way to find the seed. Quint? Richard? It's Richard. Oh, it's Carol! Hey, what are you doing? He just speaks very formal in Japanese? That's lame that they didn't bother to, like, make the subtitles fit. It's like, it's a Japanese game. You'd think that they would, like, put in the effort to, you know, do the subs for the thing they did. No more apples for now. Man, we are way too fast now. And York apparently speaks like a textbook? That sounds right. That sounds right. Gonna hang out with Brian. Maybe the only time Brian comes up in the story.
Just as Harry said.
Huh?
It's crowded and quiet.
York, your body. There he is.
Hey, Brian.
Agent. Mr. Agent, how are you?
Not bad. I'm, just playing a little game with Harry.
Game? A game? Is that fun?
We've only just started, Brian. The fun...
Brian, have you seen the fucking sky right now?
I'd like to ask you something.
Is this okay?
Is there a tree in the graveyard that drops red seeds?
Seeds? Red seeds? That tree does.
I just realized something Brian is cribbing from Twin Peaks.
And that one too. All red seeds.
So we've literally been here, but we didn't know it was a story thing. Okay. Whoa! What the fuck was that? Brian? He inflated like a balloon! I'm getting into Brian's tomato stash. Red seeds. You're on the fence. I can't go get them. Okay, so Twin Peaks spoiler time. I did say we would only talk about Twin Peaks spoilers as they happened. Twin Peaks spoiler time. Get ready. Brian's whole, like, the way he talks, I think is ripping off, again, big Twin Peaks spoilers here, so, like, mute for a second. I will look away from Brian when I'm done with the Twin Peaks spoilers, so this is your only chance to mute until I'm done. The way Brian talks is almost certainly a like, cribbing, Leo, from Twin Peaks, the big fucking shithead, you know, crime guy who, like, hits his wife and is, like, a huge suspect, and, at a certain point, he gets, like, shot, and he's in, like, a coma, and he comes back out of it, kind of, but he's, like, really fucked up, and he's, like, just clearly his brain is not working right. Brian kind of talks like him. I think that is why Brian talks like this, is because they're just cribbing Leo, like, post-coma Leo, who's like, new shoes! Like, repeating stuff, and he's just, like, weird, and... I think I really, this is another thing, I'm glad I watched Twin Peaks, finally. I'm picking up new things they just kind of took. Surprisingly, not a similar character at all, but I'm almost positive, like, when I heard him repeat red seeds, I was like, oh, holy shit, they're just doing this because it's, Is he transparent in the middle? Oh, Ivysaur, yeah. Hold on, look at him when he moves back. Look at him when he moves back. Are we seeing through the line in his shirt? Is that, like, transparent and not properly modeled? Or is that just, like, a weird reflection? Hey, he's not fucking properly modeled. You can see through him. He has a gap in his model. I've never noticed that. Holy fucking shit. There's just a gap. Hi, Ed. Okay, spoilers done. Spoilers done. Spoilers are done. I'm gonna if you were muted for that, we were also pointing out that there's, like, a gap in, Brian's model, which is fucking crazy. Never noticed. Because you never look at Brian! Oh my god, come on. Oh, wait a minute. No. I was gonna say, can I, like, point the camera up and will it let me... No, whatever. Whatever! Let's go. Oh! It's ghoul time. That's why the sky's like this. Well, we have our goal right there. Hey, you know what? Let's bust it out. Hikari Ninare. Oh my god, come on. Don't you all have shit to do? You know what? As much as the shotgun is nice, the enemies have way too much power. Like, that's so much faster. Of course, they fucking take forever to die. Fucking body blocking me, come on. Thank you, group. I'm sneaking, I'm sneaking. Where could I possibly be in this thin hallway? Oh my god. Oh my god! I don't know how that didn't hit me. It's a straight shot. Boy, this would be annoying if I didn't have a crazy melee weapon. And again, this is on easy. Because we're on the director's cut. Getting attacked by ghouls on a short path to here. Where we've been before, but now we have story for it.
Zach, mission accomplished. Let's get back to Harry's. The reward better be good. But you know, about these seeds. They were right here under my nose. It's as if I was carefully carrying a bottle of water while walking in a pool. We're learning the countryside version of common sense the hard way, Zach.
Thought that was going to immediately be like, another thing done. It looks like ground beef. It does a little bit. Alright, hey George, you will not believe the clues we're getting, but don't ask me about them. Because I need you to take me to Harry's mansion. Because I do not want to walk back through the graveyard. Let's do safe, though.
Mr. Francis York Morgan, finally you have arrived. You are welcome to come inside.
Alright, Harry, we gonna just do this, or you gonna make me do a bunch of fucking stupid puzzles again? God, it's already been almost 2 hours. I feel like we've barely done anything, but... I must provide enrichment for this old man.
Francis York Morgan,
want to.
please proceed to Mr. Stewart's room. There he awaits you, I shall assume.
You don't even know. You don't even know. Hey, Michael? Fuck you. What the fuck? He's not afraid.
Yes?
Mr. Francis York Morgan. That's... Why'd you say yes like that? That's not what you sound like. The timing is now to meet Mr. Stewart. You shall be kind and be alert. Your timing is now, not tomorrow. If you miss it, you'll feel sorrow. So until your meeting is finished, I shall be locking the front... Okay, we've heard this one. He's saying, we have plenty of free food in our house for you, if you get trapped. 14, 23, and 26. We gotta do it again. Another of Harry's games. Alright, 14, 23, and 26. Door wasn't locked. Yo. Can of pineapples. Really blown out can of pineapples just for me. Here on the toilet for some reason. Okay. I guess that's what rich people do. They keep just tons of pineapple in the damn toilet. I just wanted to see it update. I don't actually need to do anything there. Alright. Alrighty. Mr. Francis York Morgan. Solve my puzzles, agent boy. These games are my only source of joy. So says Mr. Stewart. Am I gonna have to make an alert where I have to do a Michael rhyme? Okay, 14, 23, and 26. So... This one, at least this one we don't have to gather a bunch of shit. This stands out more in my mind than the umbrella thing. Like, I remember this. Statue of Cavalry Trooper looks like it might move along the grooves in the floor. Another one of these gimmicks. By the way, thanks again, everyone, for coming out to these. I'm really happy for the turnouts. I do hope we're still getting some people who are seeing this for the first time, but even the people who, like, haven't seen the game in a while and are also just seeing new shit along with me are appreciated. Stupid fucking conquistador things. Okay, so that was 26. We also have a 23. Like the grandmother's royal, I'm sorry to hear about that. 23. The glowing green eyes makes them look like some kind of stupid video game enemy. And then, was it 14? So this is the one we gotta push the most. That should be, like... I actually don't... Is this 2? This is 2. Okay. This is some Scooby-Doo shit. Hi, Melody. Why is he stop? Oh, I guess he's... Hey, how come he stops here, but not in the other pushing puzzles? They don't auto-stop you for anything else. So I can't remember... Is this not... Oh my god, I gotta push it all the way across. I have to push it all the way across. I thought it was starting at like 10 or 0 or something. No, it's starting at 50. I gotta push it all the way over to 10. This is fiendish. I mean, granted, it probably would have been easier to push one of these other ones to 10 or 14 or whatever, but still. There we go. Take this. A man with golden eyes told me to give it to you. I need to do Zombie Revenge on this channel. The stupid House of the Dead beat-em-up spin-off game. Can we go through here? No. Alright, let's just go on it. No, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save just in case there's a crash. I don't want to do that again. Unless Harry Mansion on says exactly why I doubt you could finish the whole game this stream. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I don't really want to finish the game this stream, because I want the finale to really be, like, have time to sit on its own, because, to be honest, I feel like, aside from the first episode, where I did, like, the big presentation I put together, and was kind of, like, jumping into the game for the first time in forever, there hasn't been that much, like, big retrospective, wow, I'm playing this again. It's kind of just been like, yeah, it's good, and I'm playing it again, it's nice. When we get to the finale, that's where all the shit I'm really terrified to go back to is going to come up. I think we're going to get to the start of some of that tonight, but, like, all the shit that I'm most excited and most, like, afraid to get to on stream, and also just see again in general, that's all at the end. Everything in the middle is just, like, Daily Premonition, it's fun. That ain't correct. That ain't correct. I'm not going to touch that. That's going to, like, crash the game if I touch that. Even looking at that might have cursed me. Where's the damn phone? Y'all had a phone in here. I know you did. Here we go. So I do want the finale to, like, you know... This is ideal pacing for me, is to do all this final, like, up to the end game stretch, and then do the end game next time. I'm so scared. Yeah, me too. It's literally like, I will think of some of the stuff in the finale and go, man, that part's great. Why the fuck did they say this? Why did they say this line? Why did, like, this is such a heavy spice they're playing with. Why do they do, like, this weird, almost joke line about it? Harry, push, puzzle, pineapple, done. Is this save? I will say, though, I am glad that I'm still noticing, like, more Twin Peaks stuff to point out. Though, for the most part, it really is just a lot of, like, yeah, it's the stuff you already knew going in. Like, the pot lady and everything is the log lady. But, you know, I'm glad I noticed the Brian thing. That Brian is kind of post... I said, spoiler thing, Leo. I guess a little vague Twin Peaks spoiler for you there, but Brian reminds me of Leo in the way he talks. What's some other stuff I noticed? I mean, there's other things where you go, well, there's a doctor in Twin Peaks, and then this guy's a doctor, but that's nothing. Brian is kind of Post Malone. Like, I'm struggling to think of any other big revelations I had. Like, you know, oh, Harry's the big capitalist up on the hill, living by the waterfall. I mean, that's like, you know, that's like Benjamin Horne in Twin Peaks, but I don't think the characters are really that similar. It's just like, oh, there should be a rich guy who lives in a big house by a waterfall. The mother having a breakdown? Oh, for sure. That's a pretty obvious one, though, I feel. That's like episode 1 of Twin Peaks, you know? That's like even before I had finished Twin Peaks, I kind of knew that. Oh, yeah. No, I mean the Harry we're going to see now, the weird mask man. It's like, this is Harry's room. Any ideas, Zach? Bust in. Here we go. This is the room I remember. What was this shot? York, you don't have to be a fucking dick about it. Michael has to clean that up.
Harry, turns out what you said was true, and I'd like to hear more.
Here we go.
York, as you know, there's a powerful mystery surrounding these seeds. You've seen them at those other murders that took place elsewhere.
You sure it's a Card Crush reference? I could see it.
Involved with the murders in this town as well.
That's right. But how do you know all this?
York, you must be younger than you look. Youngsters tend to hurry so much that they let things slip right past them. What you need to do is slow this down a bit.
Oh my god, you can tell the lines they had to re-record because they have less robot filter.
Important. Let me tell you a story. 50 years ago, when the war was over, just about when the communist Red started to become a rising threat, our town constructed a huge clock tower.
Oh, I love that game.
Then, soon afterwards, a serial killer wearing a red raincoat went on a killing spree.
The legend of the Raincoat Killer? Stop playing games with me, Harry. That's nothing more than folklore. The FBI has no such record of a multiple homicide case in this town.
York, Anna, Becky, and now Diane. Their deaths are real, not folklore, not legend. The Raincoat Killer is also real. But under a strict gag order, the mass murder case was never made public. In fact, one could say that it was completely erased from history. Tell me, who do you think would be able to do something like that?
The military.
Why is that, like, the first, not just the government, the military specifically?
But if there are no records about it, then how do you know it really happened?
Why does he jump to that, and not just the government?
Good question, York. Why would I know this? The answer is very simple. I was there. I saw it with my own eyes. The brutal killer himself. But we can talk about the details of that encounter another time. What we need to talk about is your Raincoat Killer. The new Raincoat Killer, if you will. The new Raincoat Killer. Yes, let's call him that. After all, he's not the real one. What you want to know more about?
Yes, we understand, Harry.
Between 10 and 20 years ago, I noticed that these red seeds were special, and someone else did too. The human imagination can lead to tragedy sometimes. Someone linked the red seeds to the serial killer legend and said, if you eat the red seeds and then kill someone, you will become immortal. This new fabricated legend was passed on.
That water looks like shit. Don't do a wide shot. Zoom in, zoom in.
Like a rumor. Some may have actually taken the seeds to try them out. To prove the legend, that is. York, the red seeds you have found from those other murders.
Cork!
They all came from this town, together with that one evil rumor. People on the other side of the planet.
You have to figure this out, Agent Cork.
And new seeds might be growing in different parts of the world.
So you're saying that the series of cases I've been following are all linked to this town? That's interesting, Harry. But there's no evidence to support that story. None of the criminals we caught for the other murders ever mentioned anything like that.
It's your job, your role and duty to look into that, York. Now, the game must go on. You know I said that the incident 50 years ago was totally erased. Well, not quite. Records still exist in the sheriff's office. The old sheriff back then hated the military and did his own investigation. I need you to bring those documents here to me. Once you've done that, I'll tell you everything I know.
Okay, it's worth a look. And we may as well let the old man have his fun.
Alrighty. Another episode done. I think this is the, like, in terms of number of episodes, this is the longest chapter in the game. Or number of chapters. This is the longest episode in the game. Whatever, it's bullshit either way. Whichever one is which. The pickles. Always love the pickles.
Documents from a case that happened 50 years ago. Let's play along with the old man for a little longer, shall we?
Zach, that means we need to head for the sheriff's department.
Hidden memories. Alright, I think once we get to the sheriff's department, we're going to take our first break. But you know what? It's a long drive. It's a long drive. So, you know what that means. Apples. York needs his horse music. What do you mean, what the fuck? We've been doing this the whole time! This is the shit I listened to back when I first played this game.
So, where shall we go next?
Oh my god!
Wanna go for another run?
No, that's not the one I wanted. I want one of the ones we haven't listened to much. There we go. Oh my god, wait, no, it starts. Where is it? Here we go. We're not listening to the Fluttershy one. I'm skipping to the other Pinkie Pie one because Rainbow Dash is next. Oh my god! Here we go. Fuck. Do you think York's favorite would be Rainbow Dash? Would he be that kind of guy? I never noticed the Milk Barn sign! I've never noticed the big Milk Barn sign. I've never noticed that. It's like the camera doesn't point up that high usually. That's great. Plus my Pegasus got an attitude. Yeah, Melody, if you missed it before what I talked about, when I first played through this in like 2011, I listened to a lot of So Great and Powerful whenever I was just driving around. So I've kind of, whenever we got a long drive, I like to turn that back on. Except now that we have York's car again, we're so fast, these drives are, like, we really don't even need fast travel anymore. I'm listening to cringe music and being vulnerable on stream. And people aren't even making fun of me for it. I feel like we haven't listened to the Twilight one a single time. I think I might have skipped it in the video this one was in. Like, see, look! The lyrics just started and we're already fucking here. We're too strong, we're too fast. Can you check out any DLC skins for my car? Oh my god, I could do that, couldn't I? I could. You know what? Next save, remind me. Oh, fuck. Let me stop this. Also, while I'm at it, I'm gonna put the DLC coats back in, because, like, fuck it, you know, I'm probably not wearing those again. So let me see, where do these go? Add-ons, they go in here. There we go. Alright, I've added the DLC coats back in as well. For suits, rather. This is penultimate session. Let's go. Let's get them records. I had to take them out because, like, that's how you fix the weird glitch where that one suit gets permanently overwritten.
Will there really be documents here that the FBI doesn't even have? What do you think, Zach?
York, I told you, that's nothing more than local folklore.
Harry said that he was there.
The Raincoat Killer is a phantom, made up to scare children long ago. I can't believe you fell for that from Harry, of all people.
I agree with George. Harry likes to play with people. Play with their minds, too.
George, Emily. Of course I don't believe him word for word.
I thought it was Sheriff and just a picture of a tree.
I at least try to confirm that he's wrong, will you?
Well then, can you look for the files by yourself? I'm still looking for Thomas.
Very
Primetime coverage!
Emily, open the filing room for him.
What? Huh? Now? Hey, huh? This doesn't normally happen when we're just, like, going into another room.
They're here too, Zach.
Okay.
This might mean we're getting warmer to what we need.
I don't think that's the correct way of saying that. Alrighty. Well, I think we're about to have to do... Oh no, it is just these guys. Okay, we're doing range. I don't care about being cool anymore. Fuck, I couldn't mute in time. I sneezed as I was trying to click the mute button. Because this fucking game holds my mute shortcuts hostage. Yeah, hey, I remember that there was an Otherworld thing at the police station. I didn't remember it happening here. But okay. I misremembered the order of the Otherworld levels. The monsters love filing documents away. Okay, when we find a save point in here, we will take a break. And it looks like that's probably the killer messing around.
Too much noise. We're still missing a vital piece of the puzzle.
I love his dainty little button press animation still. I mean, let's just do the red ones. For 1955, 1956. The spacer looks too conspicuous. Someone removed something. You got broken safe. Well, we'll always do the one after we pick up something. The first time we pick up something, I mean. So if we've already found a thing, we're probably not going to be here for too long, which is good. I never want these combat sequences to go very long. The fucking killer going through files looks so funny. This big raincoated freak, like, oh, the documents. The files. Okay, I'll open one more in case there's, like, help. Just bullets I don't need. Wait, is there, like, a gun in one of these? Does one of these have the assault rifle in it, or is the assault rifle hard to miss? Now I'm like, oh, hi. Very scary. Beat you to death with a wrench. Okay, that is good to find, though. Maybe I should check these, because we did burn through a lot of healing items. Oh no, I destroyed valuable evidence. You know what, fuck y'all. I'm not even gonna fight you. Get out of here. Ah, shit. Do I have to? Can't leave now. Fucking... Alright, fine. Yeah, you don't want to die, don't want to die. Melt! Come on. You kidding me? I mean, I can't leave now. I guess we'll kill them until it gives me a very obvious "you win" thing. They really are British. I never noticed that until someone pointed it out on that, like, first stream. Don't want to die, innit? God, come on. I hate it when they actually, like, I actually try to avoid enemies and they go, no, you have to kill them. Come on! Thought it was a cutscene. Do I have to, like, wait for them to come out, or...? None of these other doors look like real doors. I'll double check, though. I can't leave now. Real door. At least that's a different enemy. Oh my god, was it just a side door I needed to take? Fuck, okay. That's stupid. Shotgun shells, don't need them. First aid kit large, very good to have. Fuck. Okay, I somehow didn't take a lot of damage from that. I was getting worried we were about to be stuck there. Like a flag wasn't triggering or something. Okay, here we go. York busting through. Observe. Dried drops of water. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done here. Skip it just so we get the money. Just double checking there's no good items in here. There's some honor though. Gotta have my honor. Am I going the wrong way? Am I going backwards? I can't tell. I think... No, because that's... Wait, no. I'm going backwards. I am going backwards. There we go. Now we're... Wait, we're out in here again. Will it let me go forward now? You get out of my mouth! I think now we should be able to go forward. Nope, okay, I guess I went backwards. Oh my god. Come on. I don't give a shit about any of you. York, get off the fucking floor! Little sippy of Band-Aid. Now we just run. We just run away. But then this takes me here. Oh, do I just go across? Oh, okay, that's it. That is kind of a neat way to play with the space. Like, it takes me back out of the door I came in from. Wait, what? There we go. Get out of my way. I'll take your pipe. Red seed. Ah, this is interesting. I think we're getting somewhere, Zach. Oh, look, there's even an otherworld version of Emily's desk. Here we go, we got the full picture. taxes. Theory, like the other world, mess with the layout of the buildings and gameplay practice not immediately obvious. It's doing that, so it's very disorienting, yeah. At least this one was short.
Zach, looks like we need to continue our search for the documents.
Great! The monsters showed up and revealed to us that the documents aren't here. Which we could have just seen in a cutscene, where we go, whoa, the documents are missing, what happened?
George, I'll get right to the point. It looks like someone else has just removed the documents I'm looking for.
Huh? Removed?
Why is fucking Major Zero one of the most wanted?
That's impossible. No one could break into there.
No. Emily. There is one person that can access that room at any time.
You don't mean Thomas?
It's too early to speculate. And profiling is my job, remember? More importantly, Emily, could you get me a coffee? A fresh one if possible.
Coffee? At a time like this? Why now?
Emily, please. This is very important. Some coffee. And bring some milk on the side.
You can't just ask her to do that.
Zach, you know something, don't you? I'm getting us some coffee. So tell me what you know.
Man, I want this coffee cup. I've got the A&W. I want this one. With the Comic Sans and everything.
Ah, Zach, this is amazing. Even the taste of her coffee is thrilling, to say the least.
What?
No, nothing. This isn't the cup that Thomas always uses for me, is it?
I'm sorry about that too, then. I just used a cup that was nearby. You have a problem with that?
A problem? Not at all, my dear Emily. The coffee is perfect.
Swear to God, one of those most wanted is a dog.
This cup certainly is perfect.
Damn it, that would have been a good screenshot. The big fish are biting at Velvet Falls.
George, Emily, we're going to Velvet Falls. There's something waiting for us there. I can feel it.
York, are you joking? You're trusting.
Oh, is it actually a dog and it's Sweary's dog? That's actually great.
Going to a waterfall just might be a good idea. In feng shui, a waterfall is known to be a source of power. Even if we find nothing there, I'm sure it will give us some power.
George, what the
Thanks
fuck?
for the vote of confidence, George. And don't forget to bring a fishing rod.
All right. I'll go get it.
Fishing? Are you two serious?
George, do you have a net?
Maybe that's but Square's dog is very much one of the posters here at the department. That's great. Love that kind of thing. Like how Tao, one of the Onion Games guys' dog is in like fucking who knows how many games. He's in Chibi Robo. He's in Moon. He's all over. $1,000, baby. Okay. We're gonna take our break here. Let me get the save backed up first. I feel like we're making really good time, and this might end up being a short one. This could end up being a short one. Depending on how much we have left here. Police, other world, done. Okay. So if I were to replay one of these to get a weapon, I guess the police station would be the one to do. But do I get a long range, like a long reach weapon? Aren't the dialogues the same if you didn't meet George at the diner? Yeah, I wonder, like... I legitimately don't know. Alright, we're gonna take a break here. I'm gonna stretch, get water, all that. You should do that too if you've just been sitting there. You know what? While I go on my break, I'm bringing So Great and Powerful the standard model back to 0, and I'm just gonna leave this on. I'm just gonna play this. You get the Fluttershy song now. Alright. Well, I'll be right back. By the way, I fixed up my my Nightbot things, but now I feel like they're never going off, so I need to tweak them again. So if anyone's interested in the Discord or the YouTube, exclamation point Discord or YouTube. Replaying this one gives you a long-range melee weapon. I might speedrun this one real fast then. Alright. Well, I will be right back.
what we like is what we like and what we like is what we like is we like is what we like is what we like.
Osgo, there has been games, and there will be more. Welcome. I'm back. Wait, shit, hang on. No, hold on. I gotta get water. Hold on. I'm allowing term. Rain of sound.
Did you eat lunch? Take a suck.
May the people in the world live in peace.
You are now part of the demon family. He got inside you. Sorry. He got inside you. Sorry.
Wow, the rare double. Back. Welcome. Welcome. Why am I saying welcome? I'm the one who's back. Alright, let's get right back into this. By the way, I should mention, I think I said this in the last Paper Mario stream, but this is a bigger stream, so I'll mention it again. Get ready to say goodbye to all this behind me here. This setup that I made myself a few years ago. I think like 4 years ago. Get ready to say goodbye to this, because some stuff I've had in the works is finally ready to go. And I just gotta get ready with the, I've had a very particular game in mind I've wanted to stream for years, but I wanted to wait till I had a new setup. Change is coming, and it will be very cool. Maybe even this week, I just need to find the right time to, you know, do a nice little debut thing for the new setup, 'cause it's very nice. However, I also want to do a movie night. There's a movie night I need to do. I'll just say now because I've mentioned it in the Discord, !Discord. If you want to join that and are interested in joining what I'm about to talk about here, I want to do a little movie night soon. Maybe even this week if people are up for it. First 6 episodes of Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam. We've watched original Gundam, at least the movie versions, in our Discord before. We've played through a number of games that covered it, and I think now it's about time we move on to what comes next, which I don't like as much. I don't like Zeta Gundam that much. Maybe I'll feel better going back to it. Well, it's only gonna be the first 6 episodes, but it's relevant to get a feel for it. So, if you liked it, we've done Gundam stuff before, but you've never seen Zeta Gundam, go look at the Discord right now and just yell at me in the movie night chat of when you'd want to do a movie night for it, because I'm trying to find when it'd work for people. Because once I've done that, we're gonna have a big ol' stream of another game I've been wanting to play through for a long time, a big childhood game of mine. Before I stream it, I wanted to have a proper stream setup, something that looked nice, something that kind of takes it back to the early aughts, a little bit. Anyway, that's there if you're interested in it. I'm gonna let this song finish. I'll let you know the Blackberry. Hope you've enjoyed the horse music. Now it's time for a horse's game. God, my tongue is still kind of... Like, it almost feels like it's, like, itchy or something. Like I ate something I'm allergic to, but it's like, no, I just bit the shit out of it earlier when I was eating that pile of pizza squares. Potato! Chat, I just remembered. Arms up. Everyone, arms up. Coaster crazy! You gotta be ready for it at any time. Episode 3, Chapter 17, A New Raincoat Killer. Oh, let me use my legend rod.
Zach, I hope we can catch a big one.
Oh, wait. Huh? Why wouldn't it let me use the... Man. You never fished until this part because it's mandatory? That's so funny. I don't see how you could never fish in this game. How did you not see that icon calling out to you? But yeah. This is the only part in the game where fishing is mandatory. And you get infinite worm. I don't think throw in is correct. He's watching us. He knows we can do it. We've caught what was her name? Tabitha? Was it the legendary keeper of the river Tabitha? Oh my god. All right. What you got for us? Why am I looking at Discord? That's not my sound effect thing. Fishing Master, what do we got?
I will grow and live happily in your tank. Bottom. I will grow. I have fished all over the world. They will grow and live happily in your tank as long as you take care of them. Fishing is as deep as life itself. Good luck.
Thanks, man. I did fuck up, though. Anything to say to that before you go? Back to hell where you live?
The bottom.
It sure is, man. It sure is. Thank you. Fuck, I've already almost eaten the blackberries I got for my snack. The documents just aren't biting today.
You guys are so weak.
Yeah, come.
I've seen Walter Jr. Did you eat lunch?
Oh, York's thoughts of dinner are floating away. Here we go. Okay, I did the present last time, so I'll do... That's... I fucked up, for sure. Yeah. It's not fair they don't let me use my rod that I earned. But I guess there's some weird programming quirk here where it's like, in case the player doesn't have a rod, we force them into some default state of they have this rod, I guess. Come on! You gotta be kidding me. Fuck yeah. Nailed it.
Good fishing, Zach. We've caught something to brag about now. In all the history of the FBI, I'm probably the only one who fished out documents thrown into a waterfall. Don't you think so, Zach?
I just don't believe it. Files from a waterfall.
I love them just standing back there with their rods. One, for eternal life and eternal power, make 4 human sacrifices on rainy nights, each after eating the seeds. Nice thumb, just clip it in there, York. 2, make sure the sacrificed eat the seeds too before they die. 3, the sacrifice must also not speak while they are being killed. Yeah, that is
what does
blurry
that all
texture.
mean?
It's called The Legend of the New Raincoat Killer.
But that's the old...
George, have you ever seen this
one.
handwriting?
Yes. It's Thomas's.
Oh.
George, I need to take these documents to Harry. He said he'd tell me everything once I take the docs to him.
But those are classified. I can't allow a civilian to view them. Especially that deranged old goat who owns most of the town.
I agree with George. Harry is... how can I put it? He might be dangerous.
You don't need to worry. You said it yourselves, didn't you? There has never been a mass murder case in this town. That means these documents pertain to a case that never actually happened. Just look at it as though they never actually existed either.
Ridiculous.
York, I'm sure you've got a plan or something in mind? Okay. You have my approval.
George, are you sure?
Emily, we need to continue looking for Thomas. Our search may just have become a hunt.
George, why didn't your mouth move?
Yes, get on it. I'll go see Harry alone.
Okay.
I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it for myself. But Thomas?
There's got to be a rational explanation for this.
Zach, George has started to change. I think the deaths of Becky and Diane had a deep effect on him. I guess this town truly is without a king now.
Oh, that's the whole... This is what I'm talking about, where this is the longest, like, episode in terms of chapters. Like, chapter count. But look at that. All we did was fish something up and it's over. Got $5,000. I've got 0 blackberries.
Okay then, Zach. Let's pay Harry another visit and get to the bottom of all this. I have to admit, I do like spending a bit of time investigating alone. I'm getting a bit sick of being told that I'm either too slow or too fast. You agree with me, right, Zach?
Alright. Let's pop a save here. 13th bell. I think this chapter is going to have one of my... Oh, yeah, we'll do that now, while I back up this save. Fishing done. Alright, got that save backed up. Let's hit the title screen. So, We could have... Oh my god. That's just Benny. That's just Benny's suit. Why is it just Benny's suit from Fallout? Oh my god, the pumpkin suit. The Special Ops one looks so dumb, but... Cash times 2? It's gotta be... I gotta go David Pumpkin on it. The green drifter. Expert car able to drift. The blue GT enhanced handling. The Devil's Red. Chibi Chibi Bang Bang. I don't want any of these! I don't want any of these! Isn't the green drifter his regular car? Isn't that like the default? Okay, we'll do this now, and we'll change it back like immediately when we're done. Oh my god, what the fuck is... Oh. Okay. We're not doing any of Emily's, because look at these. They fucking suck. They're terrible. And the killer sucks too. Oh, the Halloween coat. It's not red anymore. We'll do Pumpkin and Chibi Chibi Bang Bang. Next save point, we're changing the car back.
So, you want to find out everything there is to know about that?
Damn. I kind of hope the game crashes again, because I thought of a good one for that. Oh, hey, are they out for their walk? Let's ambush, let's ambush, let's ambush. Casing in the boys.
You?
I don't want these kids to be put in any more danger.
You?
What happened to the goddess? We met the goddess again. We met 3 goddesses this time. Yeah? There's Jim fishing. I don't think there's anything to really... Wait. Sigourney is at the community center. We haven't seen her in a minute. You know what, George? George, I know we're busy, but how about you pop me down to the old community center? Where is she? Where is she? I know she's here. I saw her. I saw her on the map. To my right.
Hey, Sigourney.
I'm glad you're here. My pot. It's getting cold. Please, let's get going.
Here we go again. But it's okay. I need to get to know more about the pot, after all.
Very well, then. Hurry up. Look, my pot is getting cold.
Zach, has she been roaming farther and farther away from her home? Is she testing us, perhaps?
Old pot 4, let's go. I should also just go ahead and buy that last car.
Car going.
Hey, this didn't change my car.
This is over by the lake. 3, 2, 1, go!
Is there a separate DLC car? Am I going for the middle one?
Why aren't we there yet? Could you step on it? If we go this slow, my pot is going to get cold.
Don't remember how to get fucking anywhere in this game. Wait, Sigourney's house is... Okay, so we're at the community center. We do want to go, like, straight across, I think? Yeah, we're in the lower right, so we want to go through the big road in town and then go left. What if it just changes the Sheriff Cruises and it's Emily themed, or if it changes Emily's car specifically? I don't know. No!
Aren't we there yet? Could you step on
Because my car is too powerful,
pot is
Sigourney.
get cold.
What am I doing? Why am I taking these routes?
This is not good. It's losing.
This is gonna be like the first one I lose.
Warm. At this rate, my pot is going to get cold. Hurry.
Even with the fastest fucking car in the universe.
Why do you have to drive so safely?
Things
Can't
that
you see my pot is getting cold? This is not good. It's losing more and more of its warmth. At this rate, my pot is going to get cold. Hurry. Hurry. Step on it. Why do you have to drive so safely? Can't you see my pot is getting cold? This is not good.
Sigourney, shut the fuck up! I'm doing it!
Warmth. At this rate, my pot is going to get cold. This is not good. It's losing more and more of its warmth. At this rate, my pot is going to get cold.
Yeah, I don't actually know what car gets changed if it's not this one.
Step on it! Why do you have to drive so safely?
Oh!
Can't you see my pot is getting cold? Hurry! Hurry! Step at this rate. My pot is
Trying to check the map and I'm like skipping through her.
Hurry! Hurry! Step on it! Why do you have to drive so safely? Can't you see my pot is getting cold? This is not good. It's losing more.
They really just have like no lines for her.
Wait, my pot is going to get cold.
No, it won't.
Hurry! Step on it! Why do you have to drive so safely? Can't you?
We're here with your shoe.
Cold. This is not at this rate. My pot is going to get cold. Oh, thanks to you, my pot is still warm.
We somehow made it in time. But Sigourney, I just have to ask. If you don't want the pot to get cold, why don't you just stay at home?
Shh. Quiet. Don't say things like that out loud. You don't want people to hear you like that, do you?
Sorry. I was just wondering.
I want the pot to get a breath of fresh outside air.
Fresh air.
I had a very wild student once. I was forced to lock in the punishment room many
What?
But he didn't improve at all.
What do you mean?
It just got worse. We all hate being locked up in a stuffy room, don't we? The same goes for the pot. I'd feel bad for leaving the pot.
I was about to say, oh, she was a teacher. I don't think I ever got this far. And then like, punishment room?
Job too, isn't it?
Were you putting him there with Brown too? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Criminals run. You hear? The best stew is one that isn't overboiled.
Oh, we got George's shitty fucking car. I'm not even gonna drive that.
It's getting cold again. Did you have to talk so long? Oh.
Some Mr. Trunch bullshit. I don't know what the song for George's car even is. God, his car fucking sucks. I hate it.
Zach, did you
I don't think that song plays anywhere else in the game. Why are there so many, like, secret car songs? I hate that car so much. I don't even want to be in it for very long. But that's weird. I don't feel like I've heard that song before. So that means that George's car, Usha's car, and wasn't there another car with a unique song that we haven't heard anywhere else in the game? George's car music was like sad. It was like sad and foreboding.
Zach, if you notice anything, just stop me.
Okay, I want to go to the general. I want to get the last thing. You know what? We're gonna save here. Now I do kind of want to drive his car more, just to like hear that fucking... Like, I legit, I'm trying to remember, like... I feel like there's, like... Usha has that weird techno song. George has whatever the hell that is. I think there's, like, a weird, like, rock song that you don't hear for someone else. And then Emily's Car is a unique song, but it's technically a song I know from somewhere else in the game. Good night, Mozzie. Alright, Lysander's right over there. We're gonna pop in there just to buy the last, like, cars he has for sale. And then it's right back to business. I wonder if, like, Sigourney's next thing will give me Thomas's car. Now I'm thinking about the idea that every time George drives his car, he's just hearing this sad music play. George and I both have unique songs with, like, public domain class. Oh, is that what that is? It's just something public domain? Soldier, have you ever seen The Abyss of Death? I honestly wouldn't know. It's because you're currently inside of it. That's why. Okay. Rank makes the man. Yeah, we've heard that. Okay, we got more cars. Apple Star? I have to have Apple Star. We can get Kaysen's car as well. Holy shit. Oh my god. 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 Thomas's car. Thomas's cute little Beetle. We're probably gonna keep using York's, but oh my god, I didn't know it was called Apple Star. Oh, it's this song! What is this song again? It's just like an emotional song that plays sometimes in the game. Or kind of a happy one, it kind of depends on when it's used. I want to say that song's something like After the Rain or something. That's cute. It's weird that a lot of the cars have the same... I mean, I guess Thomas is a major enough character they make sure that his car is unique. Okay, I gotta have Kaysen's, please. Please give me Kaysen's car, Woodland. Fuck, I can't afford it. Well, then I'll buy Diane's car. The Carmen GT. We'll come back for Kaysen's car later, if we can. George's music is Wagner's prelude to Act 3 of D. Meister. I have no idea what that is. But I guess it's the song that plays in his car. Here's Diane's car. Oh yeah, this is the one with the, like, really... nonsense. No one knows what the fuck this plate means. Oh, this is definitely just some public domain classical music, yeah. Okay, it just seems kind of random.
Go somewhere before we visit Harry? That's fine by me.
Okay, hang on. I want to hear the George song some more, actually. So we're gonna head to the hotel for a second. By the way, just random question for anyone who knows. Is there, like, some place I should really stop in right now that would be really interesting, or are we good? I'm still not seeing that DLC car anywhere. Alright, come on, where's George's big there is his fucking terrible, terrible fucking car. Just picture George. We look at York, he's so small! Picture George just sitting here in this gigantic car while this plays every day. The saddest man in the world. Look at him. He's so small. Yeah, this isn't much. That's weird. That they just have, like, classical music for George and then... Where's Diane? Diane. That feels so random. Okay, so make sure we get back in our car so it doesn't start fucking putting us in there. Did the DLC, like, not take... Do I have to set that in-game, or... Ah, whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't like any of the DLC shit anyway. Let's go to Harry. Can I use this while I'm in a car? I think George type person who thinks any other genre of music is too distracting for driving. I do love the idea that the songs we hear in the cars are what the character would listen to. I think that's very funny. Harry's Mansion. Chibi was supposed to play the squad car? Well, it didn't. I'll live better because it didn't. Alright, let's go. I want a ping that's one of the coolest moments is about to... hold on. I'll check. Camera brain camera.
Mr. Francis York Morgan, finally you have arrived. You are welcome to come inside.
Okay, yep, we gotta do a combat thing. But at the end of this one, I remember is one of the... Fuck, I was gonna do the police thing really fast. Hey, after we get through this, remind me to do the police station thing, like, super fast. Just
Looks
like
like the
speed
next
run it.
game is hide and seek. Huh?
Just to get, like, a good, unbreakable long-range weapon. Okay, let's get a save we can back up here. Because the police station seems like, if that gives me a long-range melee weapon that won't break, Hold on. Is it heavy damage? I guess it doesn't matter if it's heavy damage. I just need a unbreakable long-range weapon. Okay, backing up this save. Was this gonna be Harry Otherworld start? It's high strength. I mean, I'm fine with high strength. If it's long range and high strength, I'm fine with it. Because like that'd be like having Greg Hutch again. Is it just a mundane piano? What do you think, Zach? Like that would just be a good backup, just in case. What do we have here?
These girls, Zach. Do you see the resemblance? Anna, Becky, she looks like Diane. And Carol, Zach, look. Emily.
That looked like shit. You think so too? Just picture the forest. The forest looks really mysterious. That's all you have to... Okay. Oh boy, free meals? Oh, these aren't infinite. Only 5 people in this painting that we need to point out. Oh my god! Oh man, I hope this one isn't long. I don't remember if it is. I know we have 2 more of the, including this one, we have 2 more Otherworld sequences before the end game. I'm really hoping both of them will go quick enough that I can clear them in like the next hour and 20 minutes. Because I can go a little late. I can go up till like 11, but I don't want to go till midnight. I do have work tomorrow. This isn't like last week. But at the same time, we're gonna have so little to do next time that it's no big deal if I need to like end tonight a little earlier, because the point we're at now, there's literally no way I will not beat the game in the next stream. We have that little left. Sandwich. Is that infinite turkey sandwiches? No, damn it. Doesn't look... Don't like the look of this. There's no way to open this one. Okay. Dog. we're actually out here for once. This actually looks kind of neat. Hi. Come on. Let me through here. The glass breaking is so flaccid. It's nothing. It's nothing. Original Resident Evil had more impactful glass breaks? Yeah, 100%. And I think that's what they're cribbing here. Like, you go down the hallway and then the glass breaks. Oh no, scary. Okay, I think we're gonna get the assault rifle here because we're getting ammo for it. But I also hope I haven't already missed it somehow. Although if we do miss it, like, who cares, you know? We'll get an infinite ammo one anyway. Or we'll just... Well, no, I'd rather not buy one because they're very expensive. But, you know. This fucking place. Okay, we don't have to do the puzzle here. I think we just have to fight? Yeah. I think this is just a combat arena now. Is this like the one combat sequence where you don't have any, what do you call it? Profiling prompts? Oh my god, that didn't kill them. That did. The fact that I can't one-shot them at close range with this is nonsense. Your game better feel really good otherwise. If you're not letting me one-shot things point blank with a shotgun. RE4 can get away with that, because it, you know, still just feels good to shoot them, but... Give me like the magnum. Oh my god, that sound. I've almost got like free aim with the magnum, so I think that's good for any potential late game nonsense we might have to deal with. Ouch! This is so scary. This is so scary. You're still alive? No. You know, we're about getting to the point where I gotta change back into the real suit. You know? I think... No, not the next time we can change, but... Sometime around the next combat area, I'm gonna want to change for the last time in the game. My shotgun loaded. Yeah. First aid kit large. Okay. Oh no! It's full of murky water, a sickly blackish red color. Throw away! And there's a flare inside that I don't need because I'm indoors. What a bizarre choice. You know what? I think it's time to shave. No, we'll shave when we, change suits again. Hold on, this is starting to get dirty, though, so we'll... It's David Pumpkin's time. It's time to be a pumpkin boy for a little bit. Any questions? Oh my god, the spider on the shoulder! This is such a, like, Halloween store costume suit. Oh my god. That's so good. Let me back up the save since we're a little bit in here. This is Pumpkin Boy in Harry's house. We will not be wearing this to the end of the game. It is too silly. Can't remember which way I've gone now. Okay, we've obviously been here because there's an item on the floor from, like, an enemy. Oh my god, this place is too hard to navigate. Do I go back to the circle room, or... Oh my god, look at this fucking place! Oh, I mean, I got a lot. Oh my god, come on. No. Game? I fucking hate Harry's stupid Wait, no, that might be another one that we haven't been in yet. I think this is a new one. No, because there's, like, enemy drops here. So I go through there. Oh my god, I don't know which way to go! They don't make it obvious enough here. It's too open. Oh. There you should. No. A single enemy. What'll I do? Do you really think someone sat down and programmed the sequence was like, this will be so scary. This will scare them so much. Can you believe it? They go in here and a single normal enemy attacks them. Oh my god.
Yes. Amazing.
Oh my god. No. 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 Matt in there? Okay. The Prince of Halloween has to explore this stupid fucking mansion. Okay, this is where we were. We saved here. I think we want to go this way? No. We don't want to go that way. We broke a lock on this. But then I think this is where we were. So we don't want to go this way. This is where we... Ugh. My mind is in darkness. I don't understand. I'm just going in circles. I guess I do want to go this way. And hope there's something new. I much prefer the regular sequences where it's like you're kind of just going through a linear sequence and you gradually get the, you know, the thing so you know how far you are. Should go through. That is not a real door. That is the fakest door we've seen yet. Sucks I had to, like, start late today. It's definitely fucking with us a bit on our progress, but we're still good. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna go insane. I'm gonna turn into a Josher. Why was I running? Why was I running? Why do I have to do this slow animation? No! Okay, we're here. I keep looping around here, is my problem. I need to go through here and go to the right, I think. There'll be something different, at the very least. Because we definitely... Yeah, we fought through here and we came through this way. And I keep going to the left. So this time I'm going to go to the right. And I will not go through the first door on my right. I think I can't. Okay, we're doing it correct this time.
Huh?
Emily!
At times we must purge things from this world because they should not exist, even if it means losing someone that you love.
It's the one after this that I remember being annoying.
Stop!
You know what? They are both annoying.
Zach, did you see that? I must be getting tired.
God, his stupid little bat shirt and his little web bow tie. This suit is so fucking silly. The suit breaks his eye texture? Wait, in what way? It's hard to see it here. The lighting is so fucked up. I guess I'll see in a cutscene. There's a switch on the statue. Should we push it? Would be fun if the mansion transforms into something unexpected. Oh. Oh my god, what do I do? If you fail that, don't you get killed with, like, gas or something stupid? Is there, like, a big dumb death trap? Are we at the end of this part? Because I kind of want to ping before we get to the end of this part because of what happened. I want to, like, ping the Discord. Oh, this is the end of this part for sure. Okay, I'm pinging the Discord because I love this part. Hang on. Hang on. All right, there we go. Pinging the Discord. I can't call it that. That's another Discord. I'm gonna retweet the thing too. Lloyd the Lion, thank you for following. Welcome. Here we go. Let's dive on in. I love this part. I think I know what you mean, but that's a very odd way of phrasing that. Thank you for the follow. You're very... Well, Spider, I would think you, of all people, would know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a pretty memorable part of the game. If this is like a thing that slipped your memory, it'd be crazy. Unless I'm like, my memory's wrong, we have to come back here like a third or fourth time to get it, but... Fuck, this room is cool. And, like, I guess we're technically out of the other world, and this is actually here. I kind of hate that we're doing this in the pumpkin suit, but... He turns around dramatically. fuck, I can't. The fucking glitches. Hang on. Finish the fight. Damn, he's squeezing gear. Hold on. I really want to take in his... Oh, I want to look at the monitors. York, what the fuck are you wearing? Look at how misaligned all the glow textures are. Or
Looks
glow
like we're out of
effects.
the countryside and back in civilization.
Like, none of them are aligned properly.
Welcome, York.
Why did you do the sound effect?
I brought the documents. Just what is going on in here?
I warned you about haste. Take it slow. You'll lose sight of what's important if you just rush past it. As an agent of the FBI, I'm sure you know. So many people have got it all wrong. They think speed is the key. That being first is the best. They want speed and are satisfied
This dude loves to repeat himself.
even if it means that they miss so much on the way.
Yeah, that's a good message. We took our time with this game this time.
I see everything that they don't. From here, I see it all. Then, when the time comes, I make use of what I've seen. I can get whatever I want in this way.
I can see astronauts. And rocket ships and space stations and news anchors.
Certainly talkative,
and that's
Harry.
mostly it.
But I didn't come here for a business lecture. Tell me everything you know.
Speed is not important.
Harry, shut the fuck up!
Is what is important. Timing. York, you have a natural gift for waiting for the correct timing. Just
from Mexico.
careful that your haste does not ruin everything.
I can have one of every food and drink.
To solving the current case at hand.
Oh.
York, I know more
There it
than
is!
you think, but less than
I always think of the Best Friends playthrough where Matt and Pat marked out at this and were like, I didn't even steal that from this!
Thomas is missing. 3, Carol has a locket that belongs to the murderer.
Literally a game saying a hyper-specific phrase one of them always uses.
Seeds. But that's about it.
So you've got an inside line on police information.
It's one of my favorite moments in any Best Friends thing.
That reminds me. The victims' tongues were cut out, weren't they? But that's only a minor point. Don't let the shocks blind you to what's more important. That's another business tip.
Harry, I'm impressed.
Oh yeah, he doesn't
You
have
gathered
like
information really
pupils.
well. You hacked into the FBI network too. Amazing. But I didn't come here to hear this.
Then let us close the business seminar. It's time for a history lesson.
Here we go. One of my favorite parts of the entire game. If you don't remember this or haven't seen it, oh my god, that's loud! It made my fucking. I gotta turn the game down.
Dark, rainy, foggy night.
Holy shit! It maxed out the volume on OBS.
Fighting over something. My father was blaming my mother. See?
Holy fuck!
So I left the house, headed for the clock tower. There was a party being held that day to celebrate the tower's completion.
I had to turn the desktop audio down to almost half.
From above, and so I decided to climb the tower.
Oh. What do they say? Town anniversary party? Is that what he said? I kind of missed it when I was flipping the audio.
And saw it being constructed day after day. I'm not sure why, but I was really drawn to the tower in some way.
You're not a. This isn't a child. Oh, the clock tower.
In the theater, there's a path to the clock tower. They were just cleaning up after the party, so it was easy to get into used the secret passage to sneak into the tower.
Ah, the secret passage.
But when I reached the top, I saw something very strange. There were soldiers there, all wearing gas masks. I moved closer and saw that they were fiddling with some kind of device. Device was emitting purple smoke outside. Just then, for the first time, the bell rang throughout the town. I reacted with fear and left the tower as fast as I could.
Yeah, he's dressed crazy.
When I got outside again, the purple fog was spreading.
Okay, now it's more normal.
Covered my nose and mouth and ran home.
And turn it up a bit.
I unconsciously counted the number of times the bell rang. After the 12th time, the bell did not stop ringing. It rang a loud 13th time. I got back into town to see another, even more disturbing sight. The people were attacking, killing each other, rampaging as though insane.
Does ever remember what I talked about with Ultra 7? And the episode with the seeds that made people go fucking nuts and start murdering each other.
One man, dressed in a red raincoat, was particularly strong.
Doing some Muso shit.
Killed in an instant. I, too, started to feel violent hate boiling up inside me. I tried, but was unable to suppress it. One word resonated through my head. Kill! 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 Without thinking, I took a wrench and attacked the man in the red coat.
Pipe.
For a moment, I didn't know what was occurring. The face beneath the hood was that of my father, painted with an expression I had never seen before. Hatred and angst. I clearly saw.
Oh, I forgot how bad he gets it there. Like the rock. Even with the shitty effects, that's kind of brutal. Okay, I partially misremembered when I pinged.
I awoke, surrounded by dead bodies. It wasn't raining anymore, and the purple fog was gone. I couldn't believe what I saw and what I myself had done. But even
We are almost there, but
were waiting for me when I got home. My mother was dead. Killed, presumably also by my father. The next day, the town was overrun by military personnel. That's when the gag order was issued. Talking about the incident was unappreciated, a taboo. But even still, people stopped going outside when it rained. Country folk are very patriotic. We never tell our children about what happened. But these things find a way out of even the tightest of lips, in parts. People only speak of the killer in the red raincoat, which is where the legend of the raincoat killer comes from.
Quite a story.
yeah, I have a minute till I see that thing. I misremembered.
After the incident, the gas seeped into the soil of the town. Even today, when it rains, a minute amount is released. That's why I never take my mask off when I'm outside. This town is dirty, York.
If what you say is true, then the killer is someone who is badly affected when it rains.
You need to draw the conclusions, not I. I have no conclusions. conclusions.
Is there a connection between the red seeds and the gas, then?
This is just my own presumption. The seeds and the gas have a similar effect on our nervous systems. I believe someone figured that out and decided to use it. Or it could just be nature's way of getting back at us humans. Good news! You'll hear from George soon. They have found...
That's some fucking Sonic Adventure 2 shit. The Thomas alert. Caution, Thomas.
I'll tell you one last and very important thing.
Oh.
Just as you suspected, everything I have told you is gibberish. I never hacked into the FBI server, and I certainly know nothing about the red seeds. I shall thank you for listening to an old man babble on.
Oh. That's so good.
Let me ask you one thing then, Harry. You're a businessman. You must be after something in return for giving me this information.
York, at times we must purge things from this world because they should not exist. Even if it means losing someone that you love.
That still does not justify murder.
Remember this. Everything changes in form. There isn't a single thing that can maintain its shape for eternity. Overlook this fact, and you'll be making a big, big mistake.
Okay. Man, that's still the most fucked up, like, recurring phrase of any piece of media. Like, you can't just be saying that. It does not sound correct, even knowing the full context of it. Oh, still can't afford to get Kaysen's car. Alright. Another backup here. What's this gonna be? Talked to Harry about how his dad kicked his ass. So that wasn't the part I was thinking of, but we learned something big. We learned about the original Raincoat Killer and some fucked up US military shit. We learned why the town gets, you know, so weird about rain. Speak of the devil.
York, we found Thomas.
Ah, he's at his house, right?
How did you know that?
Timing, Emily. Good timing.
People like to go home.
Whatever, just get in. George is heading over there already. Let's get a move on.
We're doing this now? Let's go.
Zach, things are finally starting to come together. All we need now is for Thomas to fill in the blanks in our new legend.
I would say we're not in the ending sequence here. There's a specific point in the game that I consider the ending sequence, but this is definitely the final stretch that we are now in. And I am excited for it. Oh, it's only 10 o'clock. Oh my god, we're gonna get exactly where I wanted to be tonight. No problem. Hit them reds, what am I doing? I love movie. Things and events are definitely about to... Emily, are we really not going to talk? We're just going to silently sit here while we drive? I do love when they, like, switch the weather and, like, change up the vibe. What? Hold on. No, okay, this is definitely one where it would be a game over and they would make me retry if I didn't make it. This is not an actual, like, well, we'll go back again tomorrow, York. This is definitely not one of those. Time to head to the apartment building with that really fucking cool and funny Coaster Crazy poster. Everyone stand up, arms out, Coaster Crazy! I can't do it now because I'm driving, but you all do it. You gotta be ready, any moment, any moment. Guess Emily's just not gonna talk during this whole drive. Do we, I don't think we did earlier, but do we have any people who don't know what happens in this game right now? People who are actually, like, legit don't fucking know what's going on? God damn it. Ah! I turned early. Fucking labyrinth of fences. Technically you don't? Oh, well shit. Enjoy the ride. The movie.
George, what's happening?
We received an anonymous call informing us that Thomas returned home. I sent Emily to get you right away.
No idea who made the call?
No. That's why I came on ahead, to see if the information was correct. A light did come on, but only for a second. I saw a tall male silhouette in the window. It was Thomas.
Okay. I'm going in then. You two wait here.
We'll be ready to burst in at any moment. Just call out.
I'm kind of surprised they bothered to model different guns for,
Zach.
George and Emily.
It's the same in the countryside after all. The climax of an investigation is always in an apartment.
Okay, I didn't remember this being, Oh, this song. So this is why Thomas has a bunch of fucking gameplay items in his fucking apartment. This song kicks ass. The song has already finished playing. What was this song? Return Needle. He's vibing. It's the song Carol sings in the club. The vibes here are kind of impeccable.
Too much noise. We're still missing a vital piece of the puzzle.
I'm feeling emotionally affected. Even just seeing blurry, vague images. Okay, important question for the experts who remember more than I do. Is this my last good suit changing opportunity, or do I get one at the... I know we have, like... I don't think this is a combat sequence. I think the game just, like, does that because they have to do it for the profiling sequences. Which, by the way, there should have been more of these. There should have been more non-combat profiling things, like with the, when you're at the tree. I wonder if it's just like a full-on quirk of how they programmed it, that it has to be like, no, you get the evil loading screen and, you know, the time the time goes crazy. Oh no, time's normal now, actually. Anyway, point is, I know we have one more, like, full combat thing left, at least. At least, like, for what I want to do tonight. Is that one, do we know if that one has a good suit in it, or should I change now, if I want to change? Okay, can I also shave? Can I also shave there? I am gonna change, though, because this... I probably should have picked up the phone first. Well, hey, first crash of the night. What a smooth run that was. That's a smooth run. We only just crashed. I think it's just kind of random. I think it's just kind of random when it crashes. Thankfully, I backed up my save right at the end of that thing. Fuck that. Fuck these cars. Okay, these do replace the patrol car. Oh, I see. Oh, I think I didn't... Or... I don't know. I don't want any of these. I don't want any of these. These all suck.
Previously during the investigation.
So, you want to find out everything?
None of them have been as good as these puppies. Go outside. Emily shows up and is like, why are you dressed like David Pumpkins? David Young Pumpkins. Hey, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. We gotta drive again, and it's a slower drive because we don't have our supercar. Get a little horse music going. Oh! Save first thing when we get in there. Honestly, this is also not gonna be that long of a drive. Fuck, come on. Oh, late night, deadly premonition, late night horse music. No, flip. Good. Extra for long distance? Can't wait till certain things happen so you can finally stop making sure the next type of spoiler. I have, like, been tripping over myself to not spoil things, like, multiple times during the stream. And I hope I've done a good job of, like, making it look like I wasn't about to spoil something. Like, there's been instances where I straight out was like about to blurt out a character's name in relation to something and being like, can't say that. Can't do that. Alright, we made it. Here we go. We're gonna save immediately. Fucking love this song. I love just the image of him, like, closing his eyes and listening to it. Profiling starts.
Too much noise.
Too much noise. Okay. There's a save to back up. So actually, we got at least one person who said they don't know what's going to happen in this game. If you don't know what happens in this game, what do you think is... I'm curious about your like, theories about what's going on. Alright. Now let's see if it'll let me change my suit here, if that's going to be a consistent crash. If it's a consistent crash, not a big deal. No, okay. Just random like every other one. What should we wear? This will be the second to last suit we wear in the game. God, his texture just changing. Not yet. Next time we're changing into this. This is the finale suit. This is the suit I beat the game in every time I've ever played this. I beat the game in Cherry Blossom. I have to. It's tradition for me. Rainy Strand? We just did Rainy Strand. Well, actually, I guess we didn't just do Rainy Strand. We'll do it now. That's also pretty much clean. Let's do Rainy Strand. Is this where we get the biscuit? No, come on, we're in Thomas's house. Give me the biscuit. Thoroughly polished, nary speck of dust inside. You know what? Let's shave. Let's do shave in Thomas's apartment. No, we'll shave in the next thing. The next thing is where we'll get all a clean shave for the finale. Make and take brand cosmetics. Everyone wants to be someone else. I take it you want to be a cartoon hero as a kid yourself, right, Zach? Or we are all... There it is! I'll just add this trading card. Oh, it's the card. It's not the actual... Why is his biscuit got like a weird hole in it? I never thought about that. You didn't see the spider? I love the spider. Red wig. A red wig. This confirms our suspicions, Zach. The biscuit's like a Japanese KFC biscuit? Oh, is that what it's supposed to look like? They have like a hole they put like filling in? That sounds pretty good. Red wig confirms our suspicions. What's that supposed to mean, York? Kind of a weird thing to say. Please examine the stuff in the bedstead. I'll do that. I'm going to examine as much as possible. Picture of a little boy and a girl holding hands, likely Thompson Carroll as kids. You don't need the gun. That is not what they would look like as kids. Who are these children? Who are these kids? There's so many whack, like, pictures in this game. It's crazy. Wait, a blood red lamp. He has flashier taste than I thought. Okay? I feel like everything York has to say feels like it's like one step from like saying something not cool. Seems she likes music. Note the small town preference for LPs over CDs. Wait, what? Why isn't it? Oh, it's just restarting. What are these emotes? What are these like white color palette emotes? Not bad. Footprint. I can't believe the footprints aren't a thing. Thoroughly polished, near a speck of dust in sight. That looks like shit. That's P-Jack food. That is P-Jack food. That is not a Thomas meal. That is a P-Jack meal. Thoroughly polished, nary speck of dust in sight. Looks like the door wasn't locked. So I think this means that Thomas and Carol are, like, neighbors? And they live next to each other, and Carol's room looks like fucking dog shit. Open it. Coffee, I'll take it. Observe.
Huh?
Wait, now he looks at the footprints, not before? Also, I think they're, like, clearly floating off the ground. Series of boot prints. Culprit must have entered this room. That's what P-Jack makes of those clone dogs. It's like this was a motel and these were conjoined rooms that were turned into an apartment. I feel like it resembling a motel could also be significant. She tossed her clothes on the sofa. It seems she uses it as a makeshift bed. Well, anywhere you can sleep, right? I feel like that was worded strangely. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Wanna look around more. Cigarette. Heavy. There are no light cigarettes, which is weird. Lollipop. Her life in 2 words? Decadence incarnate. There's nothing in there. It's fucking empty. True decadence. Record player. Apparently quite old. As if the people in this town lived back in the good old days. They have the same record player. With the same song. If there's one thing she takes good care of, it's this mannequin. She values her costumes, I figure. Various LPs adorn the wall, from rock to jazz. Hawaii. Sky Master. This room suck. Thankfully they give me free lollipops in case I take a million years to figure this shit out. You know, maybe we should have a milk coffee. Alright, I think there's nothing else. It's locked. I mean, we're inside. It can't be locked from the inside, or, you know, from the outside. It's a front door. This makes sense. Carol's got this, like, music stuff. Your bathroom has trash bags in it. What is wrong with you? Thomas's shoes. The shoes were found in the bathtub. They are wet, which means the person didn't have time to take them off. Alright. I think that's the last piece of the puzzle here. Of course. New shoes. Blast some nice smoke all over the crime scene. That image of the Raincoat Killer is so good. I need to get a screenshot of it. Them just chilling. It's so fucking funny. This weird shadow monster's chilling on the couch.
Huh?
That looks so shitty every time they do that.
Thomas wants us to look around for him a bit more. So there's more to it. Kind of like the bonus footage on a DVD. I hope it's worth watching. Don't you agree, Zach?
York? What was that noise?
Did some magic bullshit happen?
We need to seal off all routes out of town.
No need for that, George.
Huh?
If he was going to leave town, he would have done so by now. Which means he's still got some unfinished business.
Alright, we are almost done with episode 3. I kinda can't believe we're almost done with this playthrough. Okay. once again, calling out to the experts who have replayed this game more recently than me and remember more. The next part I have left to round out, to finish off this episode, I can knock that out in under an hour, right? That won't, even though it'll be annoying, it won't actually take that long. In fact, I'm gonna double check my game facts I was looking at with the list of the episodes. Oh yeah, oh my god, we only have one chapter left. Okay, then in that case, we're gonna take one last short break so I can stretch, maybe let the dog out if she wants to go out. I'll put some music on. Game unit here. Fuck. I'm dropping my controller. I'm knocking my headphone cable around. Everything is happening to me. Okay. Well, we'll be right back. Again, just, you know, plugging my shit since my Nightbot thing hasn't been going off. Exclamation point YouTube or exclamation point Discord if you want links to where I put up all the VODs of this and a bunch of other playthroughs I've done. Like the Paper Mario stuff, I've been going through that recently as well. And then on Discord, like I mentioned earlier, gonna be doing a movie night soon for the first like 6 episodes of Zeta Gundam. Kind of getting ready for another big playthrough I want to do that I've been planning for a while, and also kind of a big sort of stream. I don't. It's not a rebranding, but like my whole setup is gonna look very different and a lot nicer. Very, very different soon. So, you know, say goodbye. Say goodbye to this behind me. Anyway, I will be right back. I will leave you with the horse music until I get some more water. And you get water too if you've been sitting there.
These three, where they make the sonic break the cap, you're sure to win. Then we totally melt. Still they call where they make the diamonds break oh yes I will. Wonderful, that's it, I am totally awesome. Cause Madam Marvel right with those clouds. Cause it's my silver and we merge with a coolness, just cause I'm all
for another run?
my god, he's doing it. York's completing the ultimate profile. He's gathered the elements of harmony. They're coming together. I've like almost never. I think I've heard this one once. This like finale song of the album, and also the fact that it is an album. I almost always just listen to the standalone versions of monthly songs. So great and powerful, kicked ass.
Are you not happy that your quest is complete and you can return to your studies in Canterlot?
Oh my god.
That's just it. Just when I learn how wonderful it is to have friends.
Oh my god.
I have to leave them.
No. It's just like York! It's just like what's... What happens when the investigation's over? We came back to Greenvale, but what happens when we have to leave? Zach would be a brony. Speaking of someone who always hated that term and was a dude who liked the pony cartoon, even as a dumb teen, didn't like the term brony. Zach would be a brony. Y'all haven't seen the music video I'm seeing. I'm sorry, I'm like controlled by it. This hits so differently, like, over a decade later, and it's like, what the fuck? This was that long ago? What do you mean this show that came out that started in 2012 started in 2010? That's not right. No. That's life. That's the standard model. When Megan and I taking pictures of something else, this joke got shared around as like the bro. No, I don't remember that. When the fucking people from our forum got like, they became like, their shit got spread around as like an example of. Stop. Hold on. Well, Googling Brony picture doesn't work. Googling Brony picture just brings out, like, hateful, I would say hateful images. I would say images that are very intentionally chosen to, try to make people look like assholes or weirdos. Yeah, if you find that, send it to me. I want to see that. Because it's not just coming up on like a Google search. It's not that widespread, I guess. Alright, well. That is our break. Let's come back to the game. Hope everyone's been having a good night, had a good weekend, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. We're gonna go for just a little bit longer, hopefully just like 30 to 40 minutes longer. We're gonna wrap up this. We're gonna wrap up episode 3 before we end, and then next time, which will hopefully be next weekend, assuming nothing goes wrong, we're gonna finish this playthrough and we're gonna hit all the shit that I have been. I mean, to be honest, kind of the main reason this playthrough was such a big deal for me is all gonna be at the end. That's where all the shit happens in every possible meaning of the word. Also, I think we might be coming up on one of the other known crash points, but it has a fix, so fingers crossed. We got a lot of backups. We're just frame rate going crazy.
Zach, do you think they heard what I said? We don't have to make a fuss. Thomas isn't going to leave town. That gives us plenty of time to find a way to view the bonus footage.
Oh, right. At this part in the game, it does become midnight. Hey, I am, unable to go back and redo the police station thing, right? Like, I literally cannot do it? Nope. Where's my fucking cool car? Where's my cool car? Wait! Is that saying like, oh no, that, okay, I thought that was being like, do you want to replay this sequence? Like, it wasn't combat, what are you talking about? No! Is my car not here? Do they take your car away for this part? Hi. Oh, you're coming after me. And also you're here, like in the world. You shouldn't be. What the fuck was that? Are they shooting at me from somewhere? I get it, we gotta go. Oh my god, yeah, they are. I guess that's why they take your car. Let's move. Looks really goofy when you hit them like that. This part is cool, though. As janky as it is, it is cool that's like, oh, in the story. York doesn't give a shit, though. He doesn't fucking care. I forgot this.
Is that Anna?
Right camera thing. Oh yeah, this part. This part is neat. It is kind of cool how their weapons are like scraping as they come out. Just running through the fucked up town. You know what? Rarely use them, I think it's time. Also, top my health off. What the fuck? I forgot about this! I forgot there's birds! Oh my god, no! Got one. Oh my god. No. There's so many of them. I don't actually know what happens if you don't follow up. Coming. This might be the only time the birds are ever in the game. I don't know if they even show up during like midnight when you're outside. Down to one. Wait, do I have extra special stuff? Might want to use that. I forgot she literally leads you in circles. Like, an actual circle. It's a cool sequence, but it does waste your time. It's especially egregious once you see where we're actually going here. Because the loop is completely meaningless. I almost wonder if it wasn't even supposed to be there. Emily? Not Emily. Anna? There you are. Yeah, see, she's taking you here. But she loops you.
Huh?
He clearly, like, went through nothing and then just reappeared in the door. Alright. This is the last thing of the night. We're gonna do this place. And I remember it being annoying. But it might be the first, like, full combat area in the game. Boy, I really gotta pray that we're not gonna need those, any infinite durability weapons. We should be fine, though. We can always buy stuff. Time for the worst gameplay segment.
I almost became a goddess of the forest myself. Although I think the look might suit me. What do you think, Zach?
Sure, man. I don't know if anything you say is okay anymore. Okay, is this the time? Wait, there's no suit here. Back this up. So this is the final, like, good suit point, right? This is okay. This is it then. And let's make sure everything's set. I don't see. Well, you mean it's gonna be here, right? Is that what you mean? I could just check the map, I guess. Make sure I don't miss it. Yeah, there we go. Right there. But where can I shave? I don't see any shaving points. Maybe it's like overlapping something in there. I want to shave. I don't have to shave, but I want to shave for the end. We should be fine. Any the rest or anything? No, we're fine. I also have like a coffee. Here we go. We got fire guys. Got a stupid flashlight in the cutscene. Profiling of the night.
noise. We're still missing a vital piece of the puzzle.
Sounds like Carol's song. Country ham! We really don't even need all these at this point, but... got them. I will use the room here. Yeah, it's got... there's, like, good aesthetic stuff happening here, but... not good gameplay stuff. I don't remember exactly what, but I remember something about this being annoying. Still, we can hopefully power through it. The door was unlocked. Oh no! No! I can't remember if the lights, like, being able to see the eyes through the back of the, their head is, like, a thing that was always an issue, or if that's, like, a director's cut PC version fuck up. It doesn't really matter either way. It's not like... these sections aren't great anyway, but at least they play themselves for the most part. The slowest the killer in the world. Oh shit! Oh no! They can take so many paths.
Where are you hiding?
Fuck it. Blue ball. Can't leave now. Could they be hiding in the one spot with a glowy red thing in the room? I swear I remember that if you hide, like, underneath the, like, a table or something, he just always gets you.
Where are you hiding?
Same animation every time.
Where are you hiding?
This one just goes on forever. I guess it's kind of cool how the UI has the, like, weird vine effect thing. So yeah, I think he just looks under there no matter what. And I know he's always going to check the thing he didn't pick, but I feel like I've seen playthroughs where he just straight up always just looks. Someone will, like, hide there and he just looks under. Every time, York's little... I mean, I'm making the face, but you can't see it. Alrighty.
Zach, this is a waste of time. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't like the combat sequences either. That is where we came from, so I do want to go... I guess I don't want to go through here? Well, there's a phone in there, but... I want to go to the... Wait, no, I can... Wait, no, I can't go back. I can't go back through there, so I gotta go forward to the right. Wait. Reading the map wrong? Oh, no, I gotta go... I see. Okay. Oh, no! Oh, my God! Okay. Let's get ready. Hallway like this. I mean, it's very cool looking. Oh, never mind. Then he just runs away. Okay. Well, that could have been worse. It could have been, Ceiling Girl. Shows they misspelled axe. I feel like one of these has something in it that I'm supposed to find. I'm just forgetting. There's a hole in the bathroom wall. We could peek through if you want.
Huh?
God, the shake. Thomas kind of shocked that that doesn't also just say Rainy Woods on it like so much other stuff in the game. Are you clones? Does that help? That's health, I want it. I'll take it. Thomas's badge, pierced with a knife. Feel some strong hatred here, Zach. This music is also new. fucking depth of field. Just, oh, I guess this door was unlocking in case we tried to leave before we got the clue. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Okay, that's... With the camera fucking up, it's hard to do the, like, run behind them trick. So I'm just gonna... There we go. Ice Axe works fine on them. Oh god, this might be the part in the game where you have to fight the most of them, though. Yeah, I think this is part of the reason why this part sucks so much, but hey, we can do it with our melee weapons. We really might have to fight like 3 in a row here. Come on. I can't believe the overhead isn't hitting. Gotta be careful. Come on. Okay, I can hit him when I'm backing up, and it works pretty well. Oh, and another one immediately comes out. That works pretty well, and we got more in storage. Is there actually like something here I can have? There might not be anything in these. Waste of time. Look at that, a hallway that's perfectly long enough for me to have to fight one fucking more of them. Oh, it's just these guys, okay. Fuck y'all.
Amazing. 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 Bullseye. Amazing. Great. Nice shot.
Thank God for this infinite... Oh, fuck you! Fuck you! I just feel like someone realized how rapidly the pacing of the game picks up towards the end, so they stop this segment and drag it out as long as possible. You're 100% right. Oh, I can just interrupt them. These actually aren't... Okay. Now that I know I can interrupt them safely. Okay, thank God. First things first, save! Root beer. Let's get a... Get more stuff out. Give me plenty of stuff, please. Give me my stabilizers. This should all be good. We should be good on everything. Okay, Panda Bear does have the assault rifle, though. It's $7,000. I think we'll just not. I think I'm fine without that. Bandage. Alright, I don't see a place to shave. Hopefully we'll have one before we go, but for now, it's officially time. I am now wearing the last suit I will wear in this game. And like every playthrough, my 3 or 4 before it, it's Cherry Blossom. Let's back this up again. New folder. This one will be Galaxy of Terror save room. Whoops. Didn't mean to play music there. Alright. Hey, we got enough for Kaysen's car. We can use these switches to change the lighting. The current lighting is blue. I wonder what we're supposed to change it to. Wait, what? Is that right? The room has been locked by some kind of device. Look more carefully, Zach. I mean... we probably just want red lights, right? I mean, everything's red. Right? Like, what's the puzzle there? Kitty coming up to me. It ain't cotton. Alright. Am I gonna have a chance to save before the end? I think there's probably gonna be like one more shave moment. I hope. Oh my god! Alright, come on. Or did I go backwards? I think I went backwards somehow. I think the camera keeps fucking me up. Yeah, I went backwards. The camera followed me up. Oh, this could be bullshit though. Come on, you can jump out? Oh, a bit later than I wanted to go, but we're almost done. I think. Okay, I remember this part. I think we are almost done. I fucking hate these things so much. What is the point of these little, like, oh, step over it? Steel pipe, I'll take it. Can't even have more. Just climb up. Just daintily climb up. Saber! You will give me that saber. I think destroying these is probably going to be good for me later. Stealth kill. What if there were stealth kills in this game and just no one knew? The pickles! I see a bug I have to deal with. I'll be straight with you people. I don't make a point to kill bugs. I try not to, but I got these drain flies. And it is now on site because I do not want an infestation of them. Even though I have done things to the drains. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me considering they did leave in a leftover stealth mechanic. Was this, like, supposed to be, like, there were supposed to be threats, but you were supposed to sneak by them? Is that what it was supposed to be? To be honest, I think the game this ended up being with the stupid combat stuff, I think the things the combat leads to in the story I think are worth the like stupid executive meddling of like, you gotta have combat. Because, I mean, let's be honest. If you know... You know what's fucked up? I don't really kill mosquitoes. I just blow them away. I just blow on them. Yeah, the hold your breath thing. And you can hide in dumpsters, but there's never any reason to hide in a dumpster. The tactical roll is the sound, like, fucking goes over itself or whatever. Okay, this part I remember being, like, way too long or something. But these are basically just QTEs and they're easy, so, you know. You can literally see he's behind me, and then he's just in front of me. Like, I don't think he's actually... Like, he didn't go anywhere. He didn't go anywhere, and then he was in front of me. That'd be really funny just to inspect the door right there. Oh no! Thank you for breaking that for me. Honestly, you should probably just like stop there and wait for him to throw it. That part is kind of neat, where it's like you have to push a crate and then he attacks and it breaks and you can run free. That kind of thing is neat, but you know, this is all just completely on rails. And killing my thumb. They were basically forced tech on shooting mechanics to appeal to an American audience. I almost failed a QTE reading that. Yeah, it's very stupid. I hate meddling like that, but I will say, I think for this game, I think it overall, while the combat sequences suck, I think some of the side effects of having to have the big dumb combat are pretty good. Assuming they are things that would not be in the game anyway. I'm just assuming. But it's also stuff I can't really talk about. And also, let's be honest, it wouldn't have been the most thrilling stealth game either. I swear he did already make spy fiction, but I have no idea if that game is like... And I've played that game, but it was forever ago, and I never beat it. Forgot that far. That's another game I want to go through on this stream one of these days. Gotta go through Spy Fiction. It's like his only other like notable big game. Oh shit. Pop a save. I'm gonna back up again because these are annoying. Go over here. Man, I have a lot of saves for how short this stream has felt. Galaxy of Terror. Last clue. Chlor. Whatever. The typo doesn't matter. Alright. Here we go. We're about to be done for tonight. Wooden ice pick. This isn't how they taught me to use ice picks. No siree! I think The Missing is overall the best sweary game. Okay, but The Missing isn't a sweary game. I think he's just like a producer. He just has his name on it, from what I understand. Like, he didn't write it or anything. That game was like written by someone else. I do want to play through it. I have that game, but I've still never played through it. It's just fucked up Wario Land, right? It's like what if in Wario Land, Wario got like his fucking head cut off? Oh, he very much written. I could have sworn I read that someone else just wrote it, which is why it was so much more better. He had help.
Huh?
Help he very much didn't have another person to. Yeah, but see, that also is still, like, even if he had help in that game, it's like, you should have already learned the lesson from the first time. You know? If you have someone help you write a thing well, and then you don't have their help, maybe don't... It's pitch black past the curtain. A no-go if you ask me. Some nasty surprises lying in wait, I bet. I love the, like, quiet record version. Oh, shit! Got to, I'm the most progressive man in the world! You will be ashamed of your words and deeds! I got $5! Oh my god. This shouldn't be a problem. Wait, it freezes everything during this! Oh, no, it doesn't! It doesn't! He was just waiting for me. Speaking of hubris. Well, if I'm here, hopefully I can shave. There's that door. What? Huh? Oh, it's behind the door. Stick into. Great prompt. Can you actually see this door from the, like, whenever someone opens that door, can you see in here? Is this one of those things that, like, technically there, if you look for it? Why do you think
That's one bizarre setup. Whoever made this must be crazy.
Okay, real quick. Because I think they'll let us. Yes, they will let us. Oh no, they won't let us! I was technically there when I extracted 3D model of this room, but I'm not sure if the door opens wide enough to actually see it. Oh, I wanted to see if I could, like, go shave. I want York to be nice and oh, well, there's no shaving point in there anyway. Well, we've seen this on the map. It's kind of interesting that this is always on the map. You can always see this. There's a door here. The lighting just completely shifts in a strange way. There we go. Door wasn't locked. Behind the door. It's always loaded in? Really? That's so funny. There it is. This fucking secret sex dungeon under Galaxy of Terror.
Okay, so it's not bonus footage. It's still part of the...
York, you are taking this way too far.
Exactly who I thought it was. First things first. We'd better let poor Nick go.
it's that song I was singing. Welcome, Game Moth Man. You can fucking see. You can see through the back of her head. You can see through the back of her head. These models are like unfinished. I can't believe I've never noticed all this before. Thomas is kind of getting the fucked up Shadow Man texture that Nick had here. I thought York was like fucked up. It's just his facial hair. Drop something? Or does the shadow just get weird for a second? Oh, the wig. So I think this is the exact Thomas does if you spy on them in their apartment. The thing we had to look up. That is episode 3. From here on out, it is the ending cruel device. From here on out, it is the ending stretch. There will be no side quests. Absolutely none. There will be no time for any of it. York is in danger. Something is happening here. York knows for sure who the killer is. Zack has captured York. If you don't know what's gonna happen, boy, I hope you tune in next time because, well, here, let me get the save backed up before I go rambling. End of episode. I'm just going to close the game now. We're not going to see anything else. That's it for tonight. Put the horse music back on for a little bit. Oh, wait, no. Horse music is over. We'll put some other music on. What do I got? That's good. No, not Burning Rangers. Not now. No, come on. Give me something more fitting. None of this is fitting. Fuck it, I'll do the Mospedo one. Well, yeah, thank you for coming by. It was right at the end, though. But, oh, this song is good. Fuck me. Oh, I'm gonna get distracted. Alright, well, thank you all so much for coming by tonight. Thank you to Lloyd the Lion for the follow. Next weekend, either Saturday or Sunday, not sure which yet. It might be Sunday like it's been. It might be Saturday. I gotta check on some other plans. But assuming nothing happens, next weekend, it's the end of Return to Greenvale and my first time replaying this game in like a decade. Very excited, very worried. Like I said, this whole thing was kind of a big retrospective, going back to a game I've long considered one of my favorites of all time, but considering how long it's been since the last time I played it and how much has changed in the world and stuff, and with my own understandings of things, and I've seen Twin Peaks now, you know, there's a lot I'm gonna have to confront and really be able to say, hey, is this still the game I think it is? Or can I still enjoy it despite the faults that I remember? And all my favorite and least favorite stuff, all of this game is going to be at its absolute best and absolute worst next time. The absolute fucking the Zenith and the Nadir, the York and the Sack. It's all gonna be here next time. If you've seen the game, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, please tune in. It's gonna be a special one. For me, maybe for you. But, you know, all the questions will be answered. Who is the killer? What is Thomas doing? Is Thomas the killer? Is Carol the killer? You know? What was up with the purple gas and the military? You know, Nick's not a suspect anymore, but Yeah, there's just a lot. Other than that, you know, sometime this week, probably more Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. I'm gonna put these in the chat myself. Exclamation point YouTube or exclamation point Discord. Get those links in chat. If you want to see the other Deadly Premonition VODs or other playthroughs I've done that I thought were good enough to keep, check the YouTube out. You can catch up. If you want to join the Discord for alerts, or like I said before, I'm about to kind of change up my stream setup here. But before I do that, you know, I'm gonna pair it with a specific game, and in order to prepare for that game, we're gonna have a little movie night. We're gonna watch like the first, I think, 6 episodes of Zeta Gundam. We've done some Gundam movie nights in my chat. We're gonna do another one. This time, like, probably first time doing any of the actual TV show stuff. So if you're interested in that, hop on in the Discord, let me know, because I'm still trying to figure out when will be the best night to do it. Yeah, Jesus, like, went much later than I wanted to, but had to start late too. Can't thank y'all enough for coming out. Really hope to see y'all next time. Let people know about the finale if you wanna. I don't know what else there is to say. I think I still love this game, but is Zeta where Quattro's from? Yes. Yes. Alright. Oh! Oh shit. Okay. We got a good raid. I gotta find a raid phrase first. Now, this is gonna be a birthday raid. This is someone's birthday. But we still have to tie it into Deadly Premonition, so let me look over our screenshots and see if there was something really good. Hold on. Come on. There has to be something good. What's something crazy New York said? Wait, no, I know it. Here's the raid phrase. Here's the raid phrase. We're raiding Melty Kit, and the raid phrase is... Oh my god, she's playing Shadow the Hedgehog, and she's at the end! No! Make sure I'm getting this right. This is the raid phrase. For life in 2 words, birthday incarnate. Alright. I'm sending y'all over to Melty Kit. Doing a big old birthday stream. You got your raid phrase. Everybody have a great night. Have a good week. Hope to see y'all next weekend for Deadly Premonition for the end of Return to Greenvale. It's going to be a special one. It's going to be one of the most special streams I've ever done for multiple reasons. Just, you'll have to tune in. Yeah, maybe some Paper Mario during the week. Maybe the new stream setup happens this week. Don't know. Gotta find a good time for it. Just keep your eyes peeled. Alright, I'm sending y'all over. Have a great night. Bye-bye.